Yabo, how far now? What of your husband? He don't recover that $69 billion. A laugh. You know, they mock you that you are fighting for better. That's why when I see BP to be talking, you always a motivational speaker. You know, our people should understand the intricacies of Nigeria. What Britain created. There is no way you can undo it. It's impossible. The only thing is to do what? To destroy it. So that we move away. That is the only thing. You go there and say you are going to better it. Oh my goodness me. The same mistake Azikiwe did. Nothing we do, Nigeria. Oh, now let them go first. Let Britain go first. Don't worry. I studied in Harvard. He forgot that Harvard is their country. Who taught him? It's them. He's going to undo them. Sometimes, sometimes I will see wise man will die for foolish man backyard. I know about Nigeria, how we are going to better Nigeria. They are laughing at us. The creators of Nigeria, the timbers and calibers of Nigeria, the juggernauts, they are laughing at us. They say, look at these people. This one, he said, they are mocking, your husband, what of your husband? You don't collect that 69 billion. Make it go collect now, Niger. Do you see? People are suffering. I want you, do you know what 69 billion can do? They borrow 5 billion. They borrow $2 billion. 69 billion only on one person. And the man said that this is a tip on the iceberg. This is nothing compared to other places. There are plenty money everywhere. But Nigerians are suffering. Can you make Nigerians react? The answer is no. Amechi said Nigerians can never react. So stop troubling yourself. That is why we don't care about Nigeria. We care for Biafrans. We care for IPOB. Do you see our logic? Are you seeing it? Do you see that we are right? They say it. So don't waste your time trying to make Nigeria better. Trying to build good Nigeria. Trying to revive Nigeria. Oh, Nigeria now. Oh, revolution Nigeria now. You are just lining up like Tinubu. Remember, Tinubu tried, fought for as a freedom fighter. He is going to be Oduduwa Republic. He is going to be this and that. He ran away to America. Today, if you come out to protest, he send military to kill you. That is the evil nature of Nigerians. They are not consistent. They will be fighting for some black people in general, but Nigerians in particular. They will be fighting for something. You think that they are human beings. When they reach to certain extent to their summit, now you see them. They will start doing that thing, opposite of that thing they are fighting. Or they are fighting for opposite of that. Sometimes you want to give up even on black people. You want to give up. There is primitive character still remains. That is why Radio Biafra is meant to awaken, to educate, to restore our natural senses. Renaissance. Listen.
As the Attorney General, somebody has said, look, we have $69 billion of Nigerian money in a bank account in America.
And the government did not take action.
Nothing. Look, it's in the media. If you look at Punch published the story. Punch published this story. Even when Buhari was in office, they did. I think if I would download it and send it to you, nothing was done.
It feels like the government you work for was a failure in that respect.
Why I have said so, that I was disappointed. Because I believe so much in, the former president, and I worked passionately for him.
But would you attribute the underdevelopment of our country today to corruption?
Why not? Look, if you can, somebody can take $69 billion out of Nigeria. If we have $69 billion, our universities will change, our polytechnics, our secondary schools. We have water. You know, and this is just a tip. That is just a tip of the iceberg.
There are so much more.
More.
Are you hearing? In a country that you are unfortunate enough to be part of, sometimes it makes me sad. In a place, an entity, what the British did to us is unforgivable. I am telling you. They destroyed our natural, because it is, you know, without their creation of Nigeria, there wouldn't be this type of heartless corruption, primitive accumulation syndrome, whereby nobody pays allegiance to there is no rule of law. Because at least you have to believe in an organization in order to abide by the rule of law. Like in IPOB, for example, you see Ekperima. He's not an IPOB member, so he was doing anyhow. You know, the IPOB guides and rules and regulations, he don't mind it because he's not a member. He don't believe it. Forget about what he's saying. Do you see the same thing? In Nigeria, everybody is answering Nigerians, but nobody believes in Nigeria. That's why no rule of law. The cause is the creation of Nigeria, the creators of Nigeria. They destabilized our natural system. They destabilized our rule of law. And things fell apart. You see these people, somebody that has $69 billion in his account, what is he for? What is he using it for? To create a jihadism, to sponsor his Fulani caliphate, his Fulani jihadists, to, live against Nigeria, against other people in the same country he called Nigeria. Have you seen this type of thing before? In China, if you steal even $2 million, they sentence you to death. They recover the money, they seize everything you have. You will be killed. You will be shot at point blank range, and your family will pay for the cost of the bullet. That is why China is progressing. That is why you are going to China to buy goods. That is why they are producing. That is why they are advancing. Are you hearing it? But in Nigeria is leaking. Why? Because there is no rule of law. Why is no rule of law? Because there is no system. The system was created on a tripod, which is abnormal. And Britain, offset one of the pods or one of the pillars, and the structure is shaken. So everybody is on the looting. This made Nigerians not to react to anything. You cannot react. Everybody is fighting for his own and his family. So nothing. Do you see the mess we are in? That is why we as IPOBians, we need to double our effort in order to move away from this mess. This is a complete mess we are in. If somebody can loot, the man say it's a tip on the iceberg. Do you hear it? A tip on the iceberg. This is nothing compared to others. There was a time our leader, do you remember? Our leader was broadcasting, shouting of the whole, I think it was 2014 or 15. $400 billion. That one even is a crumb compared to the reality now. Today, looted funds from Nigeria is amounting to trillions of dollars. So I say trillions of dollars. And the people are suffering. In Nigeria. No person cares. Do you see? Because they bastardize our rule of law. They destabilized it. And IPOB, why we are fighting for Biafra restoration is for us to go back and, rebuild our natural system, which will in turn re-establish our natural rule of law. And we shall be patriotic and respect our rule of law. This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break, and when I come back, I will open the lines. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
This is not a good lie. I say it's not good lie. This is not a good lie. No one knows tomorrow. Oh yes. Oh yeah, make una open una ear. Hear this one. This one now for EEDC. EEDC want defraud Southeast with exorbitant electricity bills with no adequate power supply. On top the matter be say they no go give prepaid meter to their customers, but them go give illegal high estimated bills. They no want know if light day or e no day. Instead of them to fix them, they go force people to pay the bills where they no use, or them go cut the lights. I wonder how communities go use contribute money, buy their own power transformer, buy electricity cables, and yet pay huge amount of money to this Obodo Naija corrupt EEDC, but they no go gree connect or bring the light. Even when they dismantle to repair community transformers wey spoil, they no go repair or return it to the communities. This issue don tire people o. Anambra State Governor Soludo, im don pay 100 billion naira to Emeka Offor and EEDC. This matter dey under agreement to provide light o, 24 hours light o. But from March 2023 until now, Anambra State still dey for darkness. Emeka Offor don frustrate other companies wey wan give us light. The koko be say EEDC na the reason why Southeast no dey develop. This is not a good I say it no good This is not a good No one knows tomorrow.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land. And we are here live and direct. Today is the second day of July 2024. Tata Bobo Theory. Our lines are now open. Our direct line as usual is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view, because here on Radio Biafra is our rallying point. Do not forget that Radio Biafra is where we worship. We expose the inexposable here. We don't mince words, please. So, if you cannot, put up with the way we do things here, it is unorthodox. Please, you better get yourself acclimatized, accustomed to it. We are trying to make sure that we restore our nation in a very pure way by restructuring our mentality, by denigerianizing us, our brains. I have callers, please. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me, please? Go on. Caller on direct line.
I can hear you, sir.
There, Mazi, go on.
Good.
Call on WhatsApp. Hold on. Call on WhatsApp. Hold on. I'll come to you. Mazi, call on direct line. Go on.
Okay. What can I do? There you go. I'm coming to you, sir.
Yes, go on. Call on WhatsApp. Hold on. I will come to you. Caller on WhatsApp. I will come to you. Call on direct line. Please go on. Call on direct line. Go on. Caller on direct line. Go on. Yeah.
Nwa Chineke, asị m udo dere gị dịka aka isiri kwuo okwu n'abalị a gbasara ndị nọ n'isi. Na ụkwa ugbu a ka anyị na-aga njem sentiment. Ma anyị kwesịrị ịpụta mee ihe dịka otu o si kwe n'ihi na ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ anwụọla maka njem a.
Of course.
Ebe ahụ ịkpara aka, udo dere gị maka ya. Ebe ahụ ịkpara aka, udo dere gị. N'ihi na ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ anwụọla na njem a na a ga-apụtakwa ugbu a asị ka eme ya ọta ka eme ya ọta dịka isi kwuo ya ọ kakwa ma ka agbawa everywhere. Ọ ha sị ka m gwa gị dịka isiri kwuo ya anyị nọ gị n'azụ ikwulite okwu ọ pụtasị gawakwa okwu amakwatara lọya Ejinakọ si dapụtakwa na awụrụkwa onye isi mbụ ọ na-eme enwe ya advice as a legal counsel. All of a sudden ọ bịakwa wee onye isi ọ pụtara na IPOB enweghị bọdị onye isi mere institute before ya agawa before ha dị kidnap ya. Onye ma na m ji na-etinye ọnụ na voice ahụ sị gị nwa kwulite ya nụ ọta ahụ ọ dịrị gị IPOB ga-adịrịla. Good night, sir.
Ndewo Mazi. Caller on direct line again, please go on. Quick, I have somebody.
Yes,
waiting.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Ndewo, the whole world is hearing you. Mazi, go on.
Thank you very much, my big brother, Mazi Jonathan. We shall be well with you. I appreciate for the good job that you are doing for Biafra. I say only do when they will be hard to continue to protect you. The DOS, the HAUSA, and all the whole press person at large, and Biafrans, I salute you. Mazi, this brother will be calling from UK. The main reason that I called you this evening, the most important thing that you mentioned, I can hear it from your voice, even when you were saying it, I felt your anger and I felt the pain. That is the same pain that I feel all the time about our people. I felt it, and I love the way you vibrate it out from you. Because I say, give Pupuya, that is it. That is this is what I have been trying to tell my people. Sentiment. Leave sentiment in freedom. Sentiment. I know it is sentiment at your freedom. Leave sentiment alone. What was sentiment? Hey, Nnamdi Kanu. Upon them on social media, upon these people on social media, Kanu, Memeha, na master prophet, maybe 500 pounds in 500 euros in. This sentiment our people will go. There is no time only to put a buy in a Kanu in charge of this, that, or maybe this, that. No way. Our people will sentiment in this. Talking with some idiot on England here. He hold this freedom fighting, the biggest freedom fight in this planet Earth. IPOB will do 1 hour. Make you I say, oh, 1 hour, then they can take a wobble, our people now. Yes, I promise to let some way. Like here on Earth, I wish our people were how wicked in there. I didn't beg you for them. Never got it. I said it here life on earth without sentiment. We should be used of this year. I want to get ready. You say, I want to follow my own freedom. I am the Jew who IPOB members I see. One day, I will Mazi. Nanyana Buego IPOB why you Kibri. Our people now Nanyana contribute 100% of every activities today. Our Nanyana. If Nanyana can who to hold their guy for.
And Mazi, from behind.
Mama, pain. This woman, I don't want you. Give regular IPOB, boo boo. And I think what protect the country for what people. And you know that Mazi is becoming when don't need it. You know, let me know. Because Mazi is not the kind of thing. Our next Wala. That is why this is next to everybody. Mama is next to Mazi is not the kind of through these people. Today, look at the Bible today. Look at the Bible today.
Mazi.
Mazi,
Ndewo.
can help you here.
Ndewo. Udodrege.
Can I help with sentiment? It doesn't matter.
Ndewo,
It doesn't
Mazi.
matter.
Ndewo.
Ihe nchere onye mbipụta. Onye mbipụta ka anyị nwee some ajụjụ because a lot of things. Mazi, Ndewo. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Ndewo, Mazi. Ndewo. We must continue. Nwata nọ na ụzọ na-agba egwu onye ihe na-akọrọ ya ihe nọkwa n'ọhịa ka anyị marakwanụ nke a. Because we must be at alert. Caller on WhatsApp. Mazi, go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you there? There, go on, please.
Precisely from you, watch Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Good evening, sir. We love you sincerely. I love you sincerely.
Mazi, let me ask you. Can I ask you? Mazi, can you hear me?
Sir,
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Go ahead, sir. With what are you listening to this broadcast? With what? Is it through IPOB community radio or with what? Through what?
What? You say with what?
I said through KBC na this radio Biafra. Is it through IPOB community radio or through what?
Oh.
We saw through what? You see, or through what? I didn't catch it. Oh la la. Mazi, can you hear me?
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, you say you are listening through where? Through where? Through what?
I'm listening to IPOB community radio.
Okay,
app.
Okay.
The app.
Okay, go on.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I want to reiterate on something. This idea of rule of law, which affects this rule of law, is it from the 3 tiers or any other subordinate of a particular government that regulates it? That's number one question. I don't know if you get me right. Hello, sir.
Yes, you go repeat it again. Your voice is not okay. It's going and coming. It's your network, I know. But repeat it.
That's why I don't like using WhatsApp. Okay, let me go on. I said that.
Yes.
This particular rule of law, personally, which part of the government regulates it? Which part of the section of the government is in your hands to regulate it, as in to get it functionable like as expected in a functional government?
Okay. Mazi, like let me case study like the Nigeria system.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Maybe I'll call you. Maybe I'll call you with direct.
I had what
I
you
think
said.
I'll call you with
okay.
direct from the WhatsApp.
Okay, it's better. Okay. But if you are listening, the case study of Nigeria, normally the rule of law is the law that governs a country. Everybody, both the Dick and Harry, both the leader, both the politicians are under the rule of law, normally. Are you hearing me? That is it. Everybody is under the rule of law. It is superior to individual arbitrary law. Because you are individual law, somebody might provoke you and you slap the person, which is also against the rule of law. The rule of law for a state is to make everybody, it doesn't matter. You are because the interest of the country is superior to your private interest. That is why when we are talking about, for example, religion, you see some people, they will come, one person will say, no, Forget this. It is working for me. That statement is flawed. It's wrong. Because it's not a standard. Something that works for you is not a standard that it is good. A rule of law is what covers the governance of everybody. Equity. What brings equity? And equity brings peace. You understand? Rule of law, some part of rule of law might not be working for you as an individual. You see it? Like the looting of $69 billion. It's working for the person. It's more powerful, but it's not under the rule of law. It's against the progress of the country. But he is progressing. Maybe the person is praying very hard every day. He pray. As a Muslim, maybe he can pray 5 times. It works for him. He is not no person catches him. Anything he bribe his way out. So it's working for him. But the rule of law is what makes everybody answerable to the law for the progress of the country. Any private excesses, arbitrariness is curtailed by the rule of law. Let me keep it here. Please, caller on, let me see, who was here first. Caller on signal, please. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me, Mazi?
I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening.
There, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. This is Sammy Chris calling from me too. Mazi, you said a lot of things there. That if we begin to maybe comment on all of them, I think we take a lot of time here today. But let me just pick on 1 or 2 to say something about that. Number 1 is that our people, Ndi, every day when I wake up, every day I share tears. Ndi, when Abu Ali, we are turning ourselves round, for way to do what we're supposed to do. All this, let me say, as you said, the organization they open all over the world, that is good. Yes, it could have been good, but if they open it with a purpose that is very, very unique, that can work, as you said. But the purpose of opening this organization all over Igbo Union, Igbo Anambra, go to before I came to there have been existence of Olo meeting in Italy here for many years, Anambra meeting here for many years, even Enugu meeting here for many years. Now that's the question I used to ask them: what impact has these unions opened everywhere made for our collective growth? For instance, in Lagos, you go to Lagos, they have more than 20-something union in Lagos representing Igbo Union, Igbo this. But in all this union, none was able to prevent this Lagos state government not to demolish their shops or their houses. And who own those houses? It's the same people that stay have that union own those houses and those shops. And despite of owning all this and belonging to all this union that has no meaning, the government still came down and demolished everything they have. That shows that their union has no meaning. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Having a union that don't have any political power backing it, that is, if they come, just like you see where chicken gather together, maybe just the kite just land, everybody disappear. That's exactly what they're doing. And that's number one. So that is, I cry for this is every day. And the major thing that makes me to cry, even leave it and go and do something that has no meaning. Whether I go to cyber church, it seems clever in Portugal. you see the background of that video, you will simply understand that the majority of the people there, I say maybe Nigerians and they are Igbos, they are singing the music. So they have a number of people. When you call them to come out today for something that can give them a better thing, maybe produce a better system of government and everything, or living, they will disappear. You will not see that they will remember that they have a business, we gain 50 euro that day, you will lose 40 euro that day, maybe for you not to be sad. Just that's what house about our people. So that's number one.
Mazi, let me say something. Let me say something there before you continue. Let me add something. Like what you said, our people never grew. They never grew to that height of understanding that everything is not about what you are going to get today. Now. The money that will enter your pocket. It is human advancement. You know that? That is what we are trying to raise in this Radio Biafra. Do you know that some of our people are calling us Mugu? Nah, you are just, if you, for example, they measure everything with money. How much are they paying you? Nah, no, on one area, Kundi Biafra. Some people are like that because they cannot understand why you are so, loyal towards what you are not getting direct money, and it is that is what I call primitivity. You understand? That is why, and that thing is transmitted to our people in general, in Nigeria in general. And that is what the politicians are using. They are exploiting it. For people to fight for something that will be, maybe you might not even benefit from it, but future generations will benefit from it. Many of our people don't understand it. They say you are just mad. What are you getting? Indirectly. They equate everything. How much are you going to put inside pocket? And that is backwardness. Our people don't know that. This is backwardness in civilization. When you see, like we are crying about GMO, food, Bill this and that, Western billionaires, they are financing what they might not reap in their lifetime, but for the betterment of future Europe in the next 100 years. They start thinking about it today. Do you see the level, the gap, the civilization gap? Our people now, what they want now is something. If you finish, okay, how much is in my pocket? How much are you going to give to me? That is primitivity, primitive character. So, but here on Radio Biafra, that is why it is a duty for us to raise this consciousness, for us to be updated, for our people to be updated, that it is good, it is a good thing to do for you to fight something, for something that you might not even benefit now, but in the future. That is laying a legacy. It is very, very, that is another advanced civilization. Mazi, please go on.
Okay, yeah, what you said is absolutely correct. But one thing I find so disgusting or very difficult to comprehend in your analysis now is that perhaps if somebody is living fine but is not planning much ahead, I would have understood it better that these people are living fine, they are not planning ahead, they are living basically upon what those that came before them planned down. So they're not making much progress, but they are moving. But the problem I have with these people is that that is to the distinction I have between the analysis and what I am thinking about, because our people are suffering all over the world. So if we go around himself, it's just like talking about the politicians now. our leaders once said that somebody looting $60-something billion, 69 billion. We get it to you build houses in Abuja, build in Sokoto, build have in London. You at night you sleep only one room. And those houses, you go to our villages those days. Remember that there was people that built bungalow those days, and it was the rent house that period. Everybody built bungalow. You go around our houses around that area, you see a similar house that resemble each other. That is the house running at that moment, and the mobility of the house at that moment. But this house I'm talking about there, those that their father is about 5 rooms, so 2 rooms one side, 2 rooms and the pala at the center. That's the bungalow there. But today, therefore, the house we are building today, in the next 50 years, our children will break it down and find a better house that is more than them. Maybe everything will be put inside the house, internet and everything. And this kind of house cannot contain it again. So why should somebody build a, that is, I say, because one common reasoning. But our own, in general, in the public of Igbo, let me just generally. Kedika Madugesino, as we come out, look at what we will do to solve this problem for ourselves. You remain where you are. But every day you are still complaining. And that is what I find so difficult from our people. Biafra. What did they sign? You know, after war, there's 2 different between survival and living. Igbos are surviving, but we are surviving, not living. We're not living a life. We are under survival. If you move from Owerri to Onitsha today, you reach Onitsha, you thank God that you survive, because you are likely to die on the road, because there's no good road, there's no whatever security button. Now, after that, you manage to see, you do a job you don't like, but for you to survive, you do that job. Some of us in Europe here, we are doing a job we don't even like. We are staying in a country where we don't even like. If a white man comes to a country and he maybe make something that he doesn't like, he says, I don't like this country, I'll go. He will leave. That is called living. But when you are under survival, you will even live under even pressure that you don't even have somebody say, go back to your country, you remain where you are. Because if you know you go, you don't have alternative, you don't have anything to survive. That is, Igbo people are living under survival. If you go to Lagos where they're living, the Yoruba people are oppressing them. You want to carry something to the road, they say, come on, get away if you're Igbo man. They insult them. Alaye people, they put Alaye everywhere, they put it, go to north, the same thing. We are managing to live with them. That is survival. So somebody have to have sense, see all these things. And you keep waiting to see maybe to reach to the heights of civilization before you do something. That is arrow stupidity. I don't know how to qualify it. So that is why my own analysis towards that, Mazi. And let me put another one before I go. I have taken much of your time. He talked about the problem we have with OND. Well, on our target men in Italy here, such a question relating to Madam Nenni and other things came to the deputy HOD, and they simply tell us that this is the Western world. We don't use hand to hand to do them anything. They are following legally. Yeah, and in the Western world, it is like that. That is the only thing we can do. But my problem I have is that in everything happening around IPOB, everybody are waiting. And when Oyendo come out, even people making comments say it. But for me, I see it as also part of destroying what we are doing. If we have something to do, let us do. I said it on our let us do it. Proceed doing it. Then let us continue doing it until before you end up at the same time. If you blame the force, why do you take carry foul? You blame the foul. Where are you going this night before the force carry you? So this is how we will do it. Only the put on a I am a choice a solution then. That is my own stand. Only can I before you end up on the program that I guess I am yet I'll have to people for a very long time. Mazi, let me keep you here. Thank you. God bless you.
Mazi, I had the Chem Konyen Dupota. If we are waiting Konyen Dupota, we wouldn't have continued. I only want to carry was say Konyen Dupota Kai continue. No. I made a statement, and I know many people understand me. Because Nnamdi is not alone. That is the thing. You know, he's hobnobbing with the family of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And eventually, the news will reach Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in their way. So that is it. So that is what I'm saying. So I worry that if IPOB, if the leadership is waiting, let us wait for Onye Ndupụta. Onye na-eche ka Onye Ndupụta. Anya ụmụ ụka kara aka. But what I'm saying is this: ka onye ọwụna mụrụ anya, so that this struggle will not go down the drain as Masob. Because Masob is Owazirike. Today we see how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family. Let us assume that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu doesn't understand what is going on. That is what I'm saying. You understand? But there are things that need to be explained anyway. But the leadership, IPOB is not waiting. That's why we are moving on. Mazi, call on direct line. Please go on. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I can hear you, sir.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Go on. It's understandable.
So, seeing somebody having 69 billion of not even naira, but a dollar, you know, and me, I'm just struggling to load 100 naira to just call and even help to redeem that idiot where he is for the separation and dissemination of Nigeria. No problem. So I was asking you a question. I said this rule of law, which part of the government is in their hands to regulate it as a functionable office in the administration of Nigeria?
Maz, you want me to say something?
Right.
You're on direct line. You are paying. That's why you just finish up. And
go ahead. I'll go down on that one. I don't have it. I got one with you.
Maz, it's okay. It's okay.
Go ahead.
You caught and I said something about it. Rule of law is a law governing.
Okay.
It's a law governing a state, a country. That is it. In a place like Nigeria, therefore, it's a republic. A republic is a country that is for the people. Where you have republic again, like in Europe, is France. France. You know, the people have the ultimate power. Therefore, the rule of law, the law is for the people. And nobody is above the law. The tiers of government, the executive, the judiciary, the legislature, they are guidance of the law. They are not above the law. No. They are rather they make sure that the law is being enforced on everybody, even including any of their members. But in the case of Nigeria, it's not like that.
Okay, why? Okay, go ahead.
Go on. Go on.
So why I'm asking this question is this: if an attorney is slapping somebody among maybe within his contemporaries or maybe with any personnel, you know, or bringing out this issue of 69 billion, and he's laughing sarcastically against this person. And I'm looking at this as an excruciating thing in my bone marrow that people like our uncle taking habits.
Mazi, are you still there? No, I think it's gone. The issue of Nigeria is that people are above the law. The person that wants to work, he wants to do something to recover the money. He wants to work. But there are, because government issue is not like that. It's not just there are processes, procedures to go through. But when you don't have the cooperation of the executive and the attorney general, what are you going to do? You can't do nothing. Because Nigeria is a country. You understand? When they frustrate your effort, there is nothing you can do as an individual. So that is it. And something that could have saved the situation is the people. In a republic, for example, in France, there are some laws or some excesses of maybe a member of government. Now, once the press releases it, as the case of a man revealing this thing, the people now will take to the streets to demand that this should be done because the people have the last say. But in the case of Nigeria, it's not like that. People doesn't react. You understand? People doesn't react because of the way Nigeria is being created. Nigeria is not a country, in short. So they are benefiting from that in committing all their heinous crimes of looting and anything. Whereas the Nigerians are suffering, the people bearing the brunt, suffering. You see the thing now. So what should have saved this situation? The situation is if the people rose up and start protest everywhere that somebody is with $69 billion and Nigerians are suffering. That is now it will push the government into acting by force. And review many things. But in the case of Nigeria, Nigerians have never risen to that consciousness or civilization of behaving such. No, Nigerians are still primitive. They don't care. Because, first of all, how can you explain how can many Nigerians understand that somebody looting $69 billion is one of the main reasons why fuel is costing almost 1,000 naira? You cannot even comprehend it. He will tell you that, look, God is in control of everything. That is, I'm surviving because of Jesus. So what is it? So for you to convince him, to educate him, is just like a baby, a kindergarten baby, or somebody in primary one. You start teaching him how to solve quadratic equation or sophisticated mathematical equation. It cannot make sense out of it at all. So that is where Nigerians are. They don't understand. If you are telling them, look, your lack of electricity, why you don't have electricity is these people that are looting, the money they are looting. What are you going to explain to them? They don't understand it. They will equate everything that, God will touch the politicians to come and, God must surely touch one politician, one good politician to come and save us. He don't understand the rigorous, what you are explaining, he don't know. So that is that consciousness, that level of consciousness. The same way if you carry a kindergarten primary one student, pupil, and you are trying to teach him the Newton's law of motion, solving it in equation, it doesn't make sense to him. That's something. So he needs education. But who are they listening? That is a question that should be answered. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. The Kwarage. Mazi, personally, that is my own view, personal view. I will say that he is aware. Personally, that is my own personal answer. I am saying it as Mazi Jonathan. Personally, with everything I know, I can say that he is aware, completely aware.
Then if it was actually here. The other go today. Opa will be a pen because radio is not.
No, Mazi, try to understand me. The way you say it is not exactly what I say. I say, na awurokwa that, na I get sentiment, na this struggle, may him a sober man. Kama ka ebokwa ndu now, on your own, you understand? It's conditional. You understand? We are not stopping. Never. Never.
This struggle, but what if that struggle? They put a struggle because of Mazi and Kanu. They put a struggle for you and your family. Because they won't know I had you up, I challenge you up for this struggle. And we snack like this struggle. All over the shit I was like this struggle, I will be outside. You're so young, also we have bro, I'm can be Mazi and Kanu. Another thing, I have opened up and move forward because many people are won't go like this struggle. Oh yeah, if you don't play the Biafra to a very map, that you can. That's how many people never happen. Now, how many way found now over the Biafra? How many only 500 days after? And then live Biafra for us. You will do that. I am the Anabam Naga. Forgot that one. But I am my way around. I am not on Biafra. I have to check, of course. I have to check. So I don't know your job when you want to carry you. I would have opened the Aparamaro because I had to go ahead. I had to be a jail. Probably by the because the Hakapana challenge age. So the IMRA dealership was this one. Don't be cool. Oh no, but no more ability. See about this struggle. You could tie it everywhere. Oh, we and the Biafra. Everywhere, I move on forward. I your leadership. And another thing, Boba, this election for Anambra, only different now.
Oh, my brother, I don't know. I don't know even why the thing is not coming up. He's speaking on. Sometimes the phones you cannot understand. Maybe my comrade will call back. Caller on signal, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
Great Biafrans.
Mazi, caller on WhatsApp. Caller on signal, please. Anyway, I'm sorry. The other Mazi that cut is back. Mazi, please continue and conclude, please. Mazi on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Yes.
Mazi Jonathan,
yes.
Okay. If I before the phone court election of Anambra, when the Fulani work to the now, Obago APC. So and they recruit to go many people now, share for that time. I attack road IPOB. So Bikonu, Konyo Bra up, because that time oh yeah the egwu. Yeah, revelation, oh yeah the egwu that time. So that ka anyị bido n'oge now chụgba ewu ojii shiapụrụ jie. Ịghọtago ọgwụkwa ka ọha n'ọnụ ka ndị ọzọ wee nwee ike.
Mazi, no person is abandoning. Yeah, I know him abandoning is death. No way. We must continue. Caller on signal, Mazi, please go on. When you will go on, Mazi.
Okay. Great Biafrans, we are Biafran. We are not Nigerian and we can never be. Biafra is our religion. On this Haro platform is where we worship. Eze Chukwuka Biama is great Biafrans. We are Biafran. We are not Nigerian and we can never be. Biafra is our religion. On this Haro platform is where we worship. Eze Chukwuka Biama is all of us need peace. But if trouble must come, let it come in our time so that our children can live in peace. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Magic Jonathan, you said many things this evening. You started from trying to let us know about what Amechi said. And that is the truth about Nigerians. We all. Why we are trying to be different now is because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out and wake up where we are, sleeping, and our eyes open. That is why we look like we are different from them. Nigeria don't react in anything, no matter what. Nigeria does not react in anything. You know, you say another thing about Ahubo. Ahubo in Abakereke is Afikpo. That is Afikpo people. It's true. It has been long. They abound this cow meat. But you know, our people don't focus in what is disturbing them, how to solve it. You know, Nigeria made us to look like the only people who can save us is this name they are bringing to us. It's religion. It's religion, church, and Jesus, and the 12 apostles. These four things that they are brought to us, that is what make us look like we are domiciled. We like a snail that moving like this. Then the only thing that you see when they are react is that when you pick them and put them inside the pocket, before you know it, they will open their this thing. That is how we look like. You see, we must, starting now, if you are an IPOB and you have children, starting now, telling them who they are in Nigeria, because where we are going is still far. But the people are coming to tell us that Mazi Nnamdi, without Mazi Nnamdi, we cannot take our decisions. No, we have passed that stage. Our leader said something I can never forget. He said anytime he looked back and said, the nearest person follow got him down. And that is where we are. We can never change. We are already come out to settle this issue once and for all. You see these children that we have now, that if cockroach fly that changes us, if pray fall from their hand, they are called Jesus. These people, if we did not, this really IPOB now did not settle this issue, my brother, 200 years, we still in the hand of Fulanis. So great Biafrans, why we are doing this thing to teach ourselves, to open more eyes. That is why we tell our people, listen to Radio Biafra. Make sure you are telling your people the truth. What we are here to tell people, we need to question everything now. Not about miracle. Not about my pastor saying, not about Igbo Boda he said. No, not about Jibo Boda he said. Or our Reverend Father said. No. Or this is that happening 2,000 years ago that Jesus do this, Jesus turn water to be a drink, palm wine or wine. No. That time you ask yourself, during that time they are talking about from year to year, they are teaching us the same thing. But Nigeria is not behaving like people that God love at all. If you see the hunger and the sufferness in Nigeria, you know that there is nothing God can do. Human being can do it. That is why we are encouraging our people to open their eyes. Fulani is working against people, against the indigenous. Why? Because there is a people that sponsor them. All this American, other Western world that wanted to eliminate us, to reduce our population. But in actual sense, the country that develop much is the country that have population, regulating their things, paying their tax. That is where development are. But now they are coming to kill all the farmers, to kill all the doctors, to kill. That is the way Fulani is doing in this Nigeria. If IPOB, we are here, if we did not stand up the way we should be, my brother, Fulani will chase everybody out of their own land. So great Biafrans, why we are always telling our people to stand with our leadership. Stand and listen to Radio Biafra. You know, download the community, IPOB community radio app. Radio Biafra app. Buy decoder and track the satellite. If there is light, you use that one and save their distance and listen to it. You support ESN. Do this thing for us, to this land. Our fathers tried, but they failed. Do you want us to fail again? We have shaken Nigeria well. So if we try and go back, my brother, the main worst will fall upon us and our children, unborn children. So great Biafrans, we are different people, and I want everybody to know, it's not every time we be preaching peace. Peace for where? Where peace is, you are looking for peace where people do not want your peace. You are still talking about peace with the Fulanis, sponsored by people who wanted to destroy us. It's better wherever you see them, whatever they want, give it to them. And if you see them entering your village, call Radio Biafra and inform us and leave what will happen. This Igbo of a 10 is true. Our people don't know how to build a good society. Everybody is learning his own, his own private something. But if we are corrective, you see, everything will be going smoothly. The way others are building their own society. Look at now, in Abakaliki now, Africa now bound what? Cow meat. You see, they don't care. They are chopping even the one that died. They are eating everything. You go to Isa, the same thing. They are just left Africa. You know, that is how our people don't have brain. We don't listen. When these people are bound, you follow them up. Because IPOB said this thing long ago. But our people, and now, if you ask them, they will ask you, my brother, like those I meet them where they are selling meat, and I told them, why can't we stop this thing and focus in another business? I say, my brother, this is the only business you know. So how can they stop it? This thing will help us. When we stop these Fulani things, it will help us. But you know, Igbo man, you know now, you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me this is where I'm getting what I'm eating. And you see people will be supporting them. But this time around, Abukwa ni choli ikwete ya na disturb like I ekwetelu gi. We can never go back again. Great Biafran, we can never go back again. Support ESN, stay together with our leadership. Make sure you stay away from evil. And make sure, forget about miracle. Miracle can never save us. Jesus can never save us. This thing that we are talking about day and night can never save us. Only us. A man can stand up and say, this is man that bringing this evil to us. We as a man will stop it. That is what we stop it. It's not about God. How? You want to tell me that your own God is special than more than those who came to kill you? The same God who created them. And when they are trying to go there, they will pray and tell God, give me power, give me strength to destroy these people who are against you. They are called you further. They are called you that you are the Satan that don't want them to take the land that the ancestors, God will give their ancestors. And you are here telling me that Jesus will save your life. When Fulani came, you run away. Jesus will run before you serve. So, great Biafran, please. Please and please. We are not against whether you are this, you are that, you are worshiping this. No, we are not against this. We are against the way our mind is. So let us develop our mind first. Remove religion from our cocoa. Let us do what we are doing. When we get Biafran, we now neglected how we can live. Get Biafrans, support yes. Good work.
Thank you. Thank you. Caller on direct line. I think Mazi Chuku, can you hear me?
Yes, Jonathan.
There were Mazi.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, the whole world now no ligi. There were.
Hello?
Yes, Mazi, the whole world is hearing you. Go on.
Okay. My name is Chuku Emmanuel, and I'm speaking from my location. Thank you once again, Jonathan, as always. I greet my leader, our leader, Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu, the man who set up this platform to expose so many things that was hidden under the roof of heaven. I greet him once again. Yes, this evening, I want to start from the clip you played this evening, the last clip you played, about somebody that have stolen up to $69 billion. And this money is in a bank in America. Now, tell me how the white people will see you as a black man, as a human being. If a black man can go to that extent by making sure he destroys his people by stealing the whole money for his own private account, and in a few years he will die, and the white people will convert that money to develop their countries. This is one person. You have not talking about others. Now tell me how the white people will allow you to be free as a Nigerian. How? A place where people they don't know the meaning of dignity and honor. That dignity and honor is so powerful than life. Dignity and honor. What is money then? What are you going to do with it? Our leaders say he don't need money. The only person that say he don't need money in Nigeria, in black race, I don't need money. I need the freedom of my people. But I was surprised that people who supposed to support this young man, in order to liberate their people in bondage, in slavery, in the name of Nigeria. People who are supposed to support this man are working hard to be a slave and to die as a slave in the name of Nigeria. Either people was involved to kidnap our leader in Kenya 3 years ago, so that the British and Fulani will give them prisons of Nigeria. And a part of all this, they deny them the presence of Nigeria. Somebody like Peter Obi, I know that Peter Obi may be above 60 years or going to be 60 years. Peter Obi is supposed to understand, to know the meaning of one Nigeria. All the way from Nnamdi. Peter Obi is supposed to understand the situation we have as Igbo race in Nigeria. Peter Obi has disgraced himself to zero nothing by going to the north to pray for the grave of Ahmad Bello, so that he will be a president of Nigeria. Peter Obi has traveled all over the whole world to campaign to be a president of Nigeria. And one of the clips that they have disgraced him all over the whole world. Instead, Peter Obi will understand that now he is alive. He will do everything humanly possible to see how he helps his people. Because Nigeria is made for criminals to exist. If you are not a criminal, you cannot exist in Nigeria. That is what Fulani did. That is what Britain did. All the genuine human beings in Igbo land, when they came, they killed them and promote criminality, giving them Bible, baptizing them in the church. Now, this is what we are seeing today. These people, they are speaking about 50 years, 100 years. That is the white people for you. Black men have no strength to take. Instead of going forward, they are going backward. That is black people for you. British know that a day like this will come. They start to kill genuine people. Look at what is happening in Imo State. Chinedu was elected as a governor in Imo State. All of a sudden, Britain, they are rich and remove Chinedu and put Pope Usodima, a criminal. You have seen what is going on in Imo State today. That is Britain for you. And Igbo people cannot learn for what has happened to them in Nigeria all the way from 1945. They are still looking for Nigeria because of money that you will live one day and die. How do you want to respect? How do you want people to respect you as a black man, especially in Nigeria? A place criminality is promoted every day, every night. If you are a genuine person in Nigeria, you are done for. They will march on you. Look at how they are releasing criminals, terrorists, surrendering Nigeria all over the whole place. Nigeria. If you go to that place, that is the worst place you have seen on earth. What they are doing there is religion. The Christianity is here collecting money and tithe. They don't care for their members. They have no leader, just like all the people in Nigeria. That is what Christianity is all over. It's all about in Nigeria. It's just like
round up. Mazi, round up.
There's no difference between them and politicians. Foolish idiots existing to deceive people that they are going to help. Everybody cannot learn from what Nnamdi Kanu have preached on this platform. Your name is sorry. Thank you, Jonathan. For always.
Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp, you'll be the last caller. You have been here since more than 20 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on.
Yeah.
Caller on WhatsApp.
Mazi, good evening, sir.
Mazi. Go on.
Yeah, honestly, Mazi, I'm here to throw praises to you. You know, I'm really grateful. I'm really satisfied. I'm really happy. You know, on today's broadcast, you said it all, Mazi. Especially when you pinpointed on lawlessness that is rampant all over this entity called Nigeria. Father, you nailed it. You throw the hammer on the nail, on the head of the nail. Mazi, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are listening. People are listening. Veterans are listening. People all over the world is listening. Don't be quiet. God bless you, sir. Bless you.
Mazi. We must continue. And I think, let me pick this caller. No. I think time is, I'm no more going to pick any call, please. Therefore, do not call again. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. You know, I want us to understand the vehemence of what we are doing. The seriousness of it. This is not like any other normal Igbo thing. That after selfishness and politics or one thing or the other, measure share. That is what Nigerian government wants. But I used to say this. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu didn't know what he did by bringing people, Biafrans from all over the world, raising our consciousness, bringing us together. I don't think that he fully understood what he did. This is the highest thing and the hardest thing that could be done to Biafrans, to Igbos, and he did it. You understand? You know, as our brother said, and as I used to talk, we have Igbo meetings, community meetings everywhere in the world. But the problem is this: no central agenda. And when autonomous communities everywhere meeting, autonomous community meetings everywhere, but no central cohesion, no central command. They don't even know. I say, for example, Igbo meeting in America. Do they have contact? Or let me say, even one state in America with Igbo meeting or their counterpart in Spain, Igbo meeting in Italy. Do they have official formal relationship, information cohesion with their counterparts in Namibia? The answer is no. Everybody is doing his own thing. Every Igbo meeting, as long as this is where you are living, you stay, you enter, you are nothing. Only that thing. You don't have any formal cohesion or relation or command or formal relationship with other communities in every other part of the world. That is the worst thing that happened to us. These are the anomalies we are correcting. We are trying to correct. IPOB brought us together under one family, under one central command. That is what I'm saying. So, this is the golden opportunity we have, which we have been looking for. And we have it. Nothing can scatter it. It's impossible. Bringing Igbo people together is not easy. But once we start up, we are able to start up something. Finish. That is it. So we must continue, irrespective of anything. We must continue until Biafra is restored. This is my point. This restoration, no sentiment with anybody or to anybody because of, no. In this struggle, you play your role. We are all important. From Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to the last person. Just play your role. You understand? And Biafra will come. So, we should never allow sentiment to override our sense of judgment. This DOS, they have endured, I know what I'm saying, they have endured the most horrible situation. Being blackmailed for something they didn't know. Being deprived of fund, and people want them to whereas there is something. You know, I work with I analyze. IPOB is a political movement because millions of people are involved. They want, even the people you don't expect, they want the leadership to fail so that when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out, they'll start blaming, hey, what have you done? Hey, see, that's why they deprive them of fund. They want to scatter so that they will carry every blame put on them in order to cover up their own atrocities. Are you hearing me? In order to cover up what they are doing, what they have done, the evil they have committed using IPOB. We are not fools. That's what I'm saying. So, what I'm saying is this. We will never allow any person to use sentiment. That is why when I look at some people, I become marveled. Oh, he's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sibling, so he's always right. You remove this thing from your head. That's why you are deceived. Let us move, let us understand what structure is. Structure. Institution. You as a criminal in Nigeria, you are now living in Germany. You are no more a criminal. You are working, earning your living. But in Nigeria, you are involved in robbery, in different kinds of crimes. Why did you come to Germany or Spain now? You discard it? Because you join the structure. You see that there is no life in that crime. If you continue in Nigeria, you can get away with it, but in Spain, you cannot. You'll be caught and you rot in jail. So it's better for you to turn the new leaf. That is the same thing in this IPOB. Once you enter, the purpose of our being in IPOB is to make sure that we achieve our goal. We reach our goal. We have a focus. That is it. So, any person, because of one thing or the other, that wants to remove you from that focus, you say no. That is how things are. Because you join a structure. That structure will now structure you. Structure your way, your behavior. Everything is not about money, what you can receive. No. Some people is about what they can receive. I see one of broadcasters like me. You know him. Because he's receiving money. And that's why he follow money. And he's out. Which they can use. Somebody that before he has dignity at least. He has a dignity. Let me call it, is it dignity? But because of money, because you are being paid. You are being paid for the services you render. So, that thing now push him into following that side. Do you see? Let us understand and be pious that look, everything is not about money. Let us fight and get our land first. Every other thing shall be added unto it. America you are enjoying today, people died in order to save America. You are in France today enjoying France. They are paying you normal. You are enjoying the resources of France. You are a French, you are Biafran, but you are a French citizen. You don't know what they suffered in order to restore their land back. Even as yesterday as during the time of Second World War, when France was overrun. And Charles de Gaulle had to run away from Algeria from Algeria down to England, and be having government in exile from England. People started organizing themselves as citizens in order to resist. They didn't care about their lives. They could collaborate with the Germans and live fairly well, But they said no. They sacrificed their lives without being paid. And they started organized resistance at that time in France. No person even organized them. They started saying, this is the right thing to do. And they started organizing themselves two by two until that organization started growing. People many of them perished. That is sacrifice. But today you are reaping the fruit. Why can't we do the same? Why can't you join this effort in any way you can? Instead, you are depending on one person. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, God forbid, what if had it been they kill him? Okay, all of us will go because he has died. Now we just abandon the struggle. In the next 50 years you start shouting of Biafra, they are marginalizing you. Do you think any other international community will listen to you? Do you know one of the difficulties we have is now IPOB is finding out. One of the reasons why many countries are not even listening to us, they saw us as people that are not serious. They saw us as people that we are perfect slaves. They say, why did we stop in 1970? Why? Countries' diplomats are asking this question to IPOB. You don't know what the leadership is seeing. They say, where were you? Why did you stop? Why didn't you continue something secretly? Are you serious? If we support you, are you sure you are not going to disgrace us tomorrow? If you see hardship, you stop. You say, they want to kill us out. If what you are fighting is really precious for you, you will have to continue. And you are not, after how many years, you are now coming now, disturbing us. Biafra, some close the door say, you people are foolish. Get out of my face. Do you see the difficulty? And is this thing you want us to use sentiment now? In order to, Onyendo is not there. So when he comes, are you serious at all? Do you know the mess we are in already because of this lack of consistency? Do you know the mess we are? People have been trying to wait, say, where are these Biafrans that we are killed? Where are they? Why did they stop? That's why we must continue. Therefore, before I close the program, let me read the IPOB press release of 2nd of July 2024. The Defense Headquarters confessed to the killings of Ndibo, IPOB, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, ably led by the great and indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, confirms the killing of hundreds of innocent Biafrans tagged as IPOB ESN by the murderous Nigeria Army, as confessed by the Defense Headquarters in Abuja on June 27, 2024, during a media briefing. The recent statement from Nigeria Defense Headquarters confirmed and vindicated IPOB's press release previously, which said that the Nigerian government and its security agencies slaughtered innocent citizens of the Southeast region without provocations. It is important we alert the public that the Nigerian Defense Headquarters spokesperson, Edward Buba, confessed that the Nigerian Army killed over 180 and arrested over 240 Igbos in Abia State between April to June 2024 under the code name Operation Udoka. According to the publication by People's Gazette newspaper, the casualty figure, as claimed by the Defense Headquarters, is much less than the actual number of people the Nigerian Army killed and abducted in Abia State over the period in question. This confession from the Defense Headquarters through Edward Buba confirmed the alarm that IPOB raised that the Nigerian military killed hundreds of Biafrans secretly and abducted many and sent them into secret locations in reprisal for the false flag operation. the military masterminded that led to the killing of some Igbo soldiers on duty at the Max checkpoint in Abia during May 30, Biafra Heroes Day. The Nigerian government and her murderous military were responsible for the murder of the Igbo soldiers, while they turned around to blackmail IPOB without any investigation. After the false flag operations by the military then went on a killing spree of innocent Biafrans in Abia State. Most of the killings and abductions happened in remote villages in the cover of night. When they killed, they evacuate the dead bodies to avoid being blamed. To set the record straight, the majority of the people killed or arrested by the Nigerian army were innocent Biafran youths. Fortunately, no member of ESN vigilante was among the people the Nigerian army killed or arrested. However, few of the victims of the military killings and abductions were unarmed, non-violent IPOB members and innocent Igbo civilian members. IPOB leadership knows the number of IPOB members. IPOB leadership knows the number of IPOB members that the Nigerian military have abducted or killed. IPOB members are not violent and not terrorists, as the Nigerian government claims. The worst of it is that those that tagged IPOB members were not IPOB members at all, but ordinary members of Biafra society. The Nigerian army is a terrorist institution. The Nigerian army are the ones recruiting the so-called repentant Boko Haram terrorists who were deployed to the southeast region to kill the people without mercy. The murderous terrorists in the Nigerian army have killed and abducted over 5,000 innocent Igbos from January 23 to June 2024. The ethnic bigots and terrorists, the sympathetic Nigerian military is less concerned with the numerous terrorist killings and kidnappings in the northern Nigeria regions, but are obsessed in blackmailing IPOB for calling for the exit of Biafran nation from their terrorist breeding country. In many years of blackmailing IPOB, no IPOB member at home or in the diaspora has ever been convicted of any crime, let alone that of terrorism. Therefore, we are calling on the international community, United Nations Human Rights Commissions, Amnesty International, Inter-Society, Human Rights Watch, European Union, African Union, BRICS Federation, Britain and the United States to investigate the Nigerian government and her security agencies' role in the genocide against Igbo ethnic group. Ndị Igbo have become endangered species that are killed at will by the Nigerian government through their murderous security agencies. The Nigerian army murdered over 3,200 innocent people in Igbo land in the disguise of going after IPOB members who were innocent of all the accusations from the Nigerian government. Not all Igbo persons are IPOB members. Moreover, IPOB members are not terrorists and have never been involved in any terrorist activities in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria. The only crime that IPOB members committed against the Nigerian government is our peaceful demand for a referendum date for Biafrans to decide their fate, whether to continue in one Nigeria or exit to form a new nation of Biafra. The self-determination struggle championed by IPOB, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the Directorate of State of the indigenous people of Biafra, is in line with the United Nations laws on African Charter, which Nigeria is a signatory to. The venomous hatred that the Nigerian government visits on the non-violent freedom movement by IPOB is just an extension of the same ethnic hatred against Igbo in Nigeria. This recent statement from the Nigerian Defense Headquarters has exposed them. The Nigerian army has killed more than 1,000 innocent Biafrans in Abia State alone and over 3,200 in the entire Southeast from April to June 2024. The Nigerian army masterminded an attack on their soldiers at a checkpoint at Aba on 30th May using false flag operations to blackmail IPOB in order to justify the genocide against Igbo. The terrorists and bandits are on rampage in the northern regions of Nigeria, killing and kidnapping people. But the Nigerian army is feigning ignorance. Instead of going after the terrorists in the north, they are going from village to village, harassing and abducting innocent Igbos and slaughtering them. Nigerian army has never massacred civilians in the north in the name of retaliating against the killings of their soldiers, which is a regular occurrence in the north. Nigeria government has Nigeria government has 2 laws operational in their one Nigeria. Vicious laws for the Indigbos and friendly laws for the rest of their Nigerians. The international community should investigate the murderous actions of the Nigeria defense apparatus. They should be questioned about the whereabouts of hundreds of unarmed Biafra civilians they abducted from their homes and forcefully disappeared. The Nigerian army should release the dead bodies of Biafrans they massacred in their respective detention facilities across the country. Also, they should release numerous Biafrans they abducted and dumped in various detention facilities in Nigeria. The Nigerian army are mass murder of Ndibo, and they have confessed to their crimes. They have confessed to their crimes to the world. Comrade Emapa of Media and Publicity Secretary for the Indigenous People of Biafra. One thing I want to add before I close is this. What is the Igbos, the Biafrans in Nigerian military doing? When they see how the Nigerian military is massacring their people, what is their conscience? Don't they have feeling for their people? And also, anytime they put you, this is a counsel which I am giving to Igbo soldiers in the Nigerian military. Anytime they put you together, all are mostly Igbos, and they put you in a checkpoint, please be careful. They can do something. All these killings the Nigerian army are killing, Igbo people are in the Nigerian army. What are you people doing? Don't you see that they are the reducing of population? You are there, one Nigeria. What are you doing? Can't you communicate internally and see what is going on? Terrorists are on the rampage in the north, clearing communities, killing Nigerian soldiers anyhow and police. It's everyday occurrence. Do they kill the northerners like that? Do they even care to kill them? Why don't you people have mind? Why don't you have, passion concerning your own people? Why? This is a question which I want you Igbo soldiers in the Nigerian military to answer. It's a rhetorical question. Ask yourself again, why will you be a party to the people killing your people? Because of Nigeria. Zeke struggled for one Nigeria. He is the only freedom fighter, the independent fighter that never made it to be on the highest position. Instead, Britain carried it and gave to Tafawa Balewa and made him ceremonial president. He fought for one Nigeria. He's their one Nigeria. No way. So why are you bent on dying for one Nigeria? It's a rhetorical question which you should answer by yourself as you are hearing my voice. Thank you for listening. Biafra remains our religion. Biafra is who we are. Biafra is everything. Is our ideology. Because we had no ideology until the emergence of IPOB. We must continue in what we are doing. No retreat. No surrender. Onye boso neya. Therefore, this is where I'm going to stop. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 3rd day of December 2023. Therefore, without taking any time, the long-awaited time has come. I will hand over the platform to the head of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi in order to address Biafrans and lovers of freedom that are listening from all over the world. Mazi, you are welcome. The platform is yours. Mazi, can you hear me, please? Mazi Chikedu, can you hear me, please? Yes. Please, the platform is yours. Please go on. The whole world is listening.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, great Biafrans. Good afternoon, good morning, and good night to all of you, depending on your time zone this very evening. And good evening as well to the friends and the supporters of the indigenous people of Biafra worldwide. My name is Mazi Chinedu, and I come from Ihe-Oma. Ihe-Oma is in all the province of Biafra land. By the grace of Chukwu Kikabiyama from Ihenine, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as the head of Directorate of State. I know that it has been a while that I address the Biafran people. It is a strategic plan by the leadership, and it is the reason is bringing, as we had hoped, the positive results that we envisaged. But tonight, it is very imperative and very important that I address the Biafran people and, of course, address the world community. But before I go on, let me, from the deepest part of my heart, commend this great, wonderful family, the IPOB Worldwide family. I want to commend you exceedingly because you have shown that the freedom of the people of Biafra is a project that we cannot retreat or surrender from. You have exhibited, irrespective of the challenges that we have faced, you have exhibited a very, very serious commitment, dedication to this very cause. And our cause, as we all know, is a just cause. The demand of the Biafran people for a referendum so that they can decide and determine their fate as a people, as Biafrans. I want to not only commend you tonight, 2 years and almost 6 months, that the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra was kidnapped in Kenya, tortured almost to death, and then extraordinarily rendition to the zoo called Nigeria. 2 years and 6 months. The enemy had thought that without the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra being around, that it would be a walkover for them to destroy this very movement. But I am delighted to tell the wonderful Biafran family, the wonderful IPOB family worldwide, that because of you, wherever you may be tonight, whether in the ground zero homeland of Biafra or in the diaspora, it is because of you that we have not been and cannot be destroyed by the enemy, the Nigerian establishment, and those who align with them, whether within us or in the international community. Today, this month as well, this month makes it the 3rd year that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu set up the Eastern Security Network, a network of dedicated hardcore Biafran people who have given their life for the protection of our homeland. As we celebrate this 3rd anniversary, I want to call on all of you to continue on the path of supporting ESN. The result of their presence in our land cannot be quantified. I lack words to actually describe the effect of their presence in our land. I was today watching one program. Well, not a program, but a video of a woman. When you see the fight, the freshness of the tomatoes that she and her husband probably were able to harvest in Biafra land, in Enugu, that very video simply makes a lie the narrative that Biafra land cannot produce and Biafran people cannot produce what they can eat. If you can remember, Biafrans, in one of my last address to the Biafran people, I stressed on the need for us to go back to the land. Go back to the land, that is, go back to farming. Because our land is a blessed land. Our land, there is nothing you put in the land of Biafra as a farming seed or root without it coming up, germinating, and then producing great produce. That this woman and people like her, many people, many other people like her, have been able to go to the farm, that they have had the peace to be able to cultivate their farms without we seeing on the social media people who were killed, disemboweled, cut into pieces, and, telling us, what can you do? This was what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu saw. And we knew where we were going actually. That was why the setting up of ESN was very imperative. ESN, for those who do not know, was set up to safeguard the land, the farmland, the forests of Biafrans or Biafra land against marauding terrorist herdsmen. That is why ESN was set up. And they have done an exceedingly good work at that job that they were given to do in Biafra land. And I say again with all pride, that is the reason why people could now go to their farms, cultivate their farmlands, and at the time of harvest, they will go and harvest the fruit of their labor. Taking this into account, I am calling on all of you tonight, Biafrans, the sympathizers to the Biafran cause, the supporters and friends of Biafra, that for our own existence, so that the Biafran people, we do not depend on what is imported from another part of the zoo down to our land. Because one of the main reasons, I bet that people should be kind of patient tonight, because this broadcast is not the usual kind of broadcast. One of the reasons why marauding terrorist herdsmen were sent into our land was that by the time they have finished what they were sent to do, nobody will go to farm in our land, and then we will be dependent upon the food stuff that will be sent down maybe from the north or from the west or from any other place. And if you live, and I can remember as well saying that the ensuring that Biafra land is sustains itself food-wise is a national security issue for us. And I gave an example at that time, that most of these European countries, you see, they support their farmers. They subsidize them. And because they know that a nation can never depend on an outsider, or any outsider, for that matter, for what they eat and what they consume. The enemy wanted us to depend on them for what we eat, so that at the snap of a finger, they can do to us what they did to our fathers in 1966 to 1970. They will starve us to death. But this generation, thanks to Chukwu Abiyama, and of course the ancestors of Biafrans, we already know what their plans were. And of course we decided that we will not make that mistake that was made in the 60s. Why am I telling you all this? Why I'm telling you all this is that for all of you, even those who do not understand, who may even have any disagreement with the Biafran cause, if you're a Biafran, if you are an Igbo person, if you are an Ibibio man, Efik man, Ido man, just name it, you will understand that the setting up of ESN, if they had not been set up when they were set up in 2020. By now, your land will have been overrun. These men, they sleep in the forest, no comfort, no bed, and no comfort of whatever nature. They sleep in the forest to ensure that women and men and our mothers and elderly, they go to their farms and cultivate their farmlands and then harvest it at the appropriate time. They must be supported. The ESN must be supported, because the work that is before us is enormous. And we have sworn an oath that for us it is Biafra or nothing. On this 3rd anniversary of the Eastern Security Network, there should be and there shall not be anyone saying, I'm tired of supporting. You cannot be tired of supporting because we have not gotten to the destination that we have set out to get to, which is an independent, free, and sovereign Biafran nation. To our international friends, when the zoo tell you that we have militia or whatever they will call their name, terrorizing, attacking their security forces and the rest of it, it's a lie. ESN was not sent or was not set up to engage the Nigerian military or their security apparatus. No, ESN was set up primarily to ensure that the jihadists, that the Fulani herdsmen, the terrorists masquerading as herdsmen who were sent in their numbers into our territory to stop our people from going to their farms. That was why ESN was set up. And I can tell you tonight that these men and women who have abandoned their families and whatever comfort that exists in the zoo, sacrificing and dedicating their life for the benefit of their people. Sacrifice. That is one of the fundamental principles of IPOB, because even apart from the ESN, the IPOB family is a voluntary family. Every support that we have received from IPOB families, these are voluntary support. Those of you who are on the sideline, the time to support these young men and women to protect your land is now. There shall no longer be any prevarication or let me see what will happen. Now is the time to support them. From ESN, I move on to the continued detention of that man who set up the Eastern Security Network, the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, 2 years and 6 months. And also, I want our international friends to pay attention tonight. 2 years and 6 months. I'm just talking about now the time he was kidnapped. Nigeria kidnapped him in collaboration with the British MI6 and committing an international crime, tortured him almost to death. As we know, the effect or the result of that torture they gave to him in in Kenya was that he has continued to have very, very health issues with one of his ears. They almost wanted to make him not to hear anymore. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been continuously and constantly harassed, detained, maligned by the Nigerian system since 2015 to 2015. Now counted up to 2023. How many years is that? 8 years. One man has become, the zoo have nothing else to do other than to harass this man wherever they may find him. What is his crime? I'm asking the international community. What? And of course, our friends listening, what is the crime of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that self-determination of his people is a right. It is not a word that he coined by himself. It is not something that he formulated by himself. This is an internationally accepted, recognized, and enshrined, guaranteed right to indigenous people of Biafra. Is the indigenous people of Biafra, I'm asking this question now, maybe it's rhetorical, but I'm asking it. People must listen. Is the indigenous people of Biafra, or are they different from what the UN and AU charters dealing on the rights of the indigenous people of Biafra? Are the indigenous people of Biafra not envisaged to be entitled to those rights? Are we different? That for these long, notwithstanding the genocide that was committed on our people, 1966 to 1970, going back the program that were part of it, notwithstanding this horrendous, barbaric, inhuman act that our people suffered at the hand of Nigeria, the international community, they have remained unconcerned. I am laying a foundation for what is to come, so that tomorrow nobody will say they did not know. And please, Mazi Jonathan, this broadcast, after tonight, it must be circulated so that those who did not have the opportunity to listen, they will be availed of the same message. Because 2024 will be a different ball game. It will be a completely different ball game. Since the international community has left us to our own fate, since we have written, we have toured, we've visited many of these organizations, our case will always be pushed under the table. And cases that do not measure in horrific nature to what happened to us will be magnified. They have left us to our fate. So the background I'm laying tonight is that 2024 maybe will be different. Very, very different. So that nobody will say, IPOB, you have come again, or you have started again, or where is this all coming from? It is all coming from the time when our people were criminally merged with other nations and called a trading post for the British. And from trading posts, They now give you whatever they call a paper independence, and still they are in charge of your land. You have no independence as in true word of the word independence. There is nothing like independence in the zone. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been in detention for the past 2.5 years. Irrespective of the fact, the courts have set this man free. The courts, the appeal court of the zoo had said this man has no case to answer. He was discharged and acquitted. Acquitted. In law, that means he had no case to answer. But the Nigerian government, no, they are not happy with that. They continue to incarcerate this man. They continue to torture him physically and psychologically and mentally. They continued, and the world kept quiet. The British government, whose official citizenship Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has. Well, of course, it's not as if we're expecting much, but I want to make a little point here. The British government, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen. The British government was involved in his kidnap. They were involved in his extraordinary rendition. A country as powerful as Britain, it's not a joke, as powerful as Britain, except they're telling us they're no longer as powerful as they are. For 2.5 years, your citizen was kidnapped, tortured, still being tortured, still being in whatever inhuman manner, still being treated. And you'll be playing games with the life of this young man. I was asking myself, how can even the British government come to the rescue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when the establishment itself was willing to throw one of their sons under the bus because he had the temerity to marry a woman that is not Caucasian, that has African blood in her. That is why the young man they call Prince Harry is suffering, because he has a black woman as a spouse. Now these people can imagine what they are doing to their own son. I want our people not to be emotional about these things. We have to be very, very reasonable. You know, in law we say when you make a law or a judgment, the judges will ask, how will a reasonable man on the street think about this particular law or this particular situation? Emotions is okay, or emotions are okay, sure. But don't throw away your common sense. Don't throw away that very common sense that nobody can give it to you. That is why the law says, what can a reasonable man think of a particular situation when you present such a situation to him? What do you make of this situation? You a reasonable person on the street, that if the British government didn't find it, in fact, if they thought it necessary to throw their own prince under the bus for this very reason. Imagine Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is coming to challenge the status quo, who is saying that Biafra must be free so that the stealing of our resources by Britain must stop. This very part of my broadcast is addressed to the international community, to our friends and supporters in the international world. And when they hear tomorrow that we have closed all channels of communication with Nigeria, no more negotiation and every other thing that comes with it. They must not ask us why are we doing this. We have for the past 50 years been requesting for an opportunity for the Biafran people as human beings that we are. We are not less human being than any other person, whether Caucasian or Asian or white or black or green or red. The Biafran people, we have the same right as every other person. The British people, I was reading the other day, the new president of Argentina, when he was making part of his campaign, election campaign, he made the return of Falkland Island to the Argentines as part of his agenda. The British came up and said that the Falkland people have right to self-determination. Are you guys listening? Falkland, they have a right to self-determination, and that by that right of self-determination, they have done a referendum to remain outside of Argentina. What about the Biafran people? Do we not have that right of self-determination? And that was why I was asking the question, whether what was envisaged by the United Nations Charter on the rights of the indigenous people, whether it did not envisage that the Biafran people will also have the same equal right. But let's assume that the United Nations Charter does not envisage that Biafran people will exercise such right. What about the African Union? African Union that also has the right, the charter dealing with the rights of indigenous people. African Union I'm talking about now, no longer the United Nations. African Union that covers the whole of Africa. Are they also telling us that we as Biafrans, even though we're African, we are not entitled to the rights that is contained in that charter for the rights of the indigenous people? This has been our case for the past 12, 13 years. I'm talking about IPOB now. But for the past 50 years, this has been our case. We have peacefully, we have presented this matter in any manner that people can peaceably present a matter. But we have been told to go to hell. We have been told to go to hell. Biafrans, the question is, are you willing to go to hell? Now, put the incarceration of Mazi Kanu on one side. And now look at what is going on in Lagos State. In Lagos State. I'm searching for the right word, but the ethnic profiling that has become the agenda of the federal government of the zoo, headed by Tinubu, and the state governor of Lagos State called Sanwo-Olu. The ethnic profiling. If you go and look at the destruction of the properties that are that they are carrying out in Lagos State, you will see. It's not. These places are not. What do they call it again? It's not like Morocco where you have slums. These are not slums. These are houses, mansions that many of them can never ever dream of ever building in their life. These mansions are not even 20 years mansions. These are very, very new mansions that young Igbos, young Biafrans have toiled day and night, made the money in their businesses and build a home for themselves. These are the properties that the Lagos state government are destroying. The wife of Chinedu, I can't remember the year, but I think the video is still online, where she was jubilating. A woman, my goodness me, she was actually saying that they will take over the property of the Igbos. You want to take over a property that you did not build. You want to take over a property of somebody that is not related to you, is not connected to you, but you just want to take it over. What kind of wickedness is that? What kind of inhumanity is that? What kind of envy and jealousy is that? Again, the government of Lagos State will tell you these houses were built without the proper documentation. Okay, for argument's sake, let's even assume they were built without the proper documentation. What about the markets? The markets of these Igbo people, the markets that they are maybe 90% in 90% in Mayhide, the Germans will say. I'm looking for the English word. They are 90% more than any other person. They have the majority. These markets, they have destroyed them and re-destroyed them and set many of them ablaze. Many have been set ablaze, and these young men, these Igbo people, will still, go back, clean up the burnt, the debris, clean up the debris and rebuild. After some years, they will go again and then set it ablaze again. I'm asking now, if you say that the houses are built, they are not built with proper documentation, what about the markets? Why do you want to destroy? And it is not only that there are no other markets that has majority of other nations in Lagos State. The Hausas, they have the Hausa market where they bring their produce from the north. Have you set it ablaze? And these places are patches. We go there, you see. They have never destroyed them, but they have continuously embarked upon this hatred. And when people talk, they'll say, how did they describe it? Hate speech. How can you describe hate speech when you are deliberately ethnic profiling a nation of people and destroying their properties, their way of life, their means of livelihood? What else can be more hateful than this very act? I'm telling the Yoruba people, you see, don't make us go back to 1970. This Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that Chinedu is holding now, he was the one who called Biafrans and said, stop the antagonization with the Yoruba people. Even if they antagonize you, leave them. And we listened because we know he has a reason why he's giving us that instruction, that order. He even set up a forum where some of the Yoruba people, I was in one of those forums. I wasn't there. I was there. Where we could be interacting in order to make sure that there is constant communication between these two nations. Now, Chinedu has found himself, whichever way he did, it's none of my business. But he has found himself in the saddle of governance. What concerns him and his wife and the Sanwo-Olu that he put in place is to destroy Igbo people's property. What I am saying this is that the Yoruba must, our people say that when one finger, dips its itself in an oil, it will affect the rest of it. This hatred, I said, don't let us think back, because the agenda of people of the West, the Yoruba people, has always been to see how they can economically emasculate the Biafran people. But you can't do that. You people do not have what it takes to do that. Irrespective of your jealousy and whatever, you cannot stop the Biafran people from becoming what their destiny has said they will become. What you will only achieve doing is to create an enmity between the two nations that will last hundreds of years, if not 1,000 years. That is why I'm calling and asking the Yoruba people to call their people, their sons, to order. Sanwo-Olu must be called to order, and Tinubu must be called to order. They must cease from destroying the properties of Igbos in Lagos State. I want to tell you something. What is the problem that you see that Igbos are conglomerating in one area and making it an area that belongs to the Igbo? Did they steal the land? Those lands they bought, they paid the required fees before they could even, put one block on that land. Who collected those money? Apart from the money that the community that have the land will collect. The Lagos state government collected part of these monies for whatever they could, because they have so many agencies. Once you want to build a house, they will call and tell you, do you have permission? If you say you don't have permission, then you must get the permission. So why I'm saying this is that the Igbos that have land in Lagos State, they have the proper permission, they have the proper document. The government is aware that this land is has been bought, is about to be constructed upon, is about to be developed. But no, they want to eat their cake and have. They will collect the money from the Igbo people. Let them construct their house. After constructing these mansions, these beautiful houses, you have no humanity in you. You carry one useless baka, or what they call bulldozer. One bulldozer. Something that somebody suffered for years. In a twinkling of an eye, you go down and you bring it down. And you call yourself a government. You will pat yourself on the back that you have done well. The Yoruba must listen tonight. The destruction of Igbo property must cease, must stop in Lagos State. What they are doing, when they finish in Lagos, the other cities and other states will take a cue from them, and then it will be the story repeating itself. I am so touched, but I don't want to be angry, because anger is a negative energy. It will becloud our sense of reason. But I am touched when I see these houses, how they are being destroyed. They do not only destroy the houses that these people have built, they go to where they make the money, where they suffer day and night. In the morning, those of us who spend some time in Lagos before we left those places, that area, you see these young men. 5 a.m. they have woken up. 5 in the morning. 6 in the morning they have woken up. They are going to their shops. They will be there until the evening, toiling. And when they have finished all this toil, and then they will come and try to build a house to have some rest of mind. You will be envious of that toil that they have put into building that house. And you go and use one baka, one bulldozer and destroy it. I ask myself again, where is the humanity of these people that call themselves this man that calls himself Sanwo-Olu and Chinedu. Where is your humanity? Are you humans at all? When you see this thing, do you sleep well? I'm not sermonizing here tonight. I'm laying a foundation for the world to know and for them to understand that it is enough for us. Enough. Enough for us. But the fact that those who are supposed to speak for us are not speaking for us does not mean that we cannot stand and speak for ourselves. This brings me to the Ohaneze Ndigbo and the World Igbo Congress. Two very useless organizations that I have ever seen in my life. Two very, very useless organizations. You call yourself Ohaneze Ndigbo. What are you Ohaneze? What Ndigbo are you Ohaneze? And you say you are what? What Igbo are you congressing? That your son has been in detention in, my goodness me, 2.5 years. You have not what it takes to bring him out. How can you come and stand and say you are the leaders of Ohaneze Ndigbo and that you are World Igbo Congress protecting the interests of Ndigbo? How can you do that? The properties of your people are being destroyed in Lagos State. You are there. Those in World Igbo Congress, they are riffraffs, idiots. In fact, they are idiots. They are only there to welcome one useless governor and hoping that they will be given appointments in the zoo, in the government. That is all they know what to do. They do not have the mettle. Actually, they do not want to even see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out. I cry for the Igbo nation. I cry for the Igbo nation that no one can stand anymore. Ohaneze Ndigbo is a bunch of men that do not know they do not know the history that brought Ohaneze Ndigbo to be. I'll tell them tonight. They do not know. They do not know because the present one, Emmanuel Iwanyang, is the person hobnobbing with the vampire in Imo State. Who appointed Iwanyang as Ohaneze Ndigbo president? Hopeless those of them, the Supreme Court administrator in Imo State, the murderer, the person who was given the contract to come and kill his people. He's the one who appointed Emmanuel Iwanyang to be Ohaneze president, and that is why they have no interest in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu coming out because the vampire, the bloodsucker that is inside the council house have no interest. He have no interest in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu coming out. He have no interest in speaking for the Igbos in Lagos whose lives are being destroyed, whose means of livelihood are being destroyed, whose homes are being destroyed. He cannot speak. It's not part of the agenda that they gave to him. Now listen, Ohaneze Ndigbo, I'll tell you, because before Ohaneze Ndigbo become what it has become today, there was a history. It started with Lagos Igbo Union. Lagos Igbo Union, in the same Lagos, this same Lagos that the Lagos people, the Sanwo-Olu wasn't born at that time. He wasn't born. Chinedu himself, I don't know if he was born, in 1930. Lagos Igbo Union, excuse me, Lagos Igbo Union was established as far back as 1930. And of course, It's not only that they set it up at that time to welcome a worthy son who was returning after finishing his sojourn abroad, Dr. Kanu. After that process, Lagos Igbo Union metamorphosed into the Igbo Federation Union when they began to include other parts of Igbos in the heartland of Igbo to become, because if you want to expand that union, then the name change became necessary, and it became Igbo Federation Union. From the Igbo Federation Union, in 1948, the most powerful of all of them was born, the Igbo State Union. The Igbo State Union was birthed in, listen very well, not in Enugu, not in Owerri, not in Abia or in Aba or Omahia. The Igbo State Unions were birthed in Igwe Ocha of all places. Igwe Ocha in 1948. When people begin to talk nonsense about Igwe Ocha or whatever, I laugh at them. They don't know their history. But that is for another day. Now, the Igbo State Union was so powerful at that time that it became a threat. Not, in fact, a threat to the then colonial master, because this is where you have what the Igbo call unity of purpose. They were set up with Dr. Nnamdi as his first president. But the major reason they were stopped is to ensure that the interests of the Igbos, wherever they may be found, is protected. After Azikiwe, another very, very worthy son of Igbo land, Chief J.C. Obi, took over as the president when Azikiwe became much interested in the Nigerian project. And when I said the most powerful of them all, at the time Igbo Union was set up, when Igbo speak, oh my goodness, then they have spoken at that time. And the British did not like that. When the program began in the north, the program of Ndibo began in the north in 1966. Respected Igbo sons came together to form what is called the Igbo National Assembly. The Igbo Union, Igbo State Union was banned, more or less. But after the war, or it became redundant, after the war, before the war began in 1966, they transformed the former Igbo State Union to become the Igbo National Assembly. This was also banned by the military at that time because they were threatened. They were threatened for the simple reason because they feared that it will promote Igbo separatism. They should not be afraid anymore because, well, we are not pursuing Igbo separatism, but that thing they want to prevent will eventually come to be, and it must come to pass. The Biafra restoration is a project that must be, and it must come to pass. So their fear was actually very, very, it doesn't make any sense because if you had let those people be, probably things would have been different, but that's fine. Now, Igbo National Assembly was set up, was banned by the military because they feared, and that fear, as they believe, they want, that is for them. The Igbo Forum was the precursor or the predecessor to this present Ohaneze and Igbo. I hope you people are putting this down because you need this history to understand how Ohaneze and Igbo have become in fact useless, more than useless. more than useless. From the moment the men of what joined our ancestors, Ohaneze Igbo became a tool in the hands of the zoological people of Nigeria to do as it pleased. The Igbo Forum, as I said, was the predecessor of the present Ohaneze that we know. However, this Igbo Forum, before it became Ohaneze Igbo, it had men of integrity as leaders whose singular motivation, whose singular driving force is the defense and protection of Igbo interests, Igbo people, and Igbo land. When I talk about Igbo here, I'm using Igbo in generic form, as it encompasses every part of the former eastern region of the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. You have people, respected men, as the leaders of these forums, like Dr. Kanu. You have Professor Ben Wabes. You have Dr. Michael Ihe Onukara, popularly called M.I. Opara. You have the best of all the poets you can ever think about, Dr. Pius Okibo. You have Chief Jerome Udoji. You have Chief Dennis Osadebe. These men have the interest of their people, and when they speak, they maintain their stand. When they come out to speak on behalf of their people, it does not matter. It is the interest of their people that comes at the forefront. And that is how it has to be. Because the war politics is run on interest. America cannot defend your interests and jeopardizing their own interests, as well as Britain. So, why did Ohaneze now become the sissy that they have become? Because when Igbo Forum was in place, even M.I. Opara, who was the then premier of the Eastern region, he was a member of the Igbo Forum, and he will take orders from the person who is in charge of the Igbo Forum. He's not there to go there and give them order. He's just an ordinary member when he comes to the Igbo Forum. When he goes to the government, of course he's in charge. But these men that call themselves men, who now hide under the wrapper of their wives and allow their children, governors, to dictate to them, if the interests of the governors are not protected, then they will not, Ohaneze Igbo cannot, in fact, they can and they will do nothing. They will do nothing. That is the reason, even when Onyendu asks us to give these elders an opportunity, to give them benefit of that, we gave them 2 years and 6 months. We have given you the opportunity, but you have been very, very deceptive to yourself. In fact, you've been lying to yourself. Let me put it that way. You've been lying to yourself, thinking that you're lying to the Biafran. You don't know we know all this. We've been watching you, and we have said 2024 will be different ball game altogether. It will be a different ball game. Biafrans all over the world, when you have listened to this, ask yourself, without emotions again, as a reasonable man, what is the way forward? As a reasonable man, how can Ohaneze come out tomorrow and say that they are Ohaneze Ndibo, they want to protect Ndibo's interests in where? Can you believe them? World Igbo Congress, they are there in Lagos. Onyendu went to World Igbo Congress when before the ESM was even formed. He went to them. He told them what is coming. They laughed at him. They said, "This small boy. What are you? Do you want to bring war? The war is on their doorstep. They don't come home to Igbo land because they have all run away. Is it not shameful? Shame to all of them. But the youths, we say, if our elders have refused to do what is needful, the youths will take the bull by the horn. IPOB was set up as a peaceful movement. We have remained peaceful. The zoo government of Nigeria have continued to instigate crime in our land, terror in our land, kidnappings through their military terrorists in army uniform and military uniform and police uniform and every other security apparatus in Nigeria. They are all in Biafra land. They are all in Igbo land. They are all in our cities and our villages and towns. What are they there? What are they looking for there? When Boko Haram is in the north, why are they in our land? They are there with the hope that they will finish up what their forebears started. Those who were part of the massacre of Biafrans, of the genocide against Biafrans, 2 of them are still remaining. Sanjo and what is his name again? Gowan. They played a major role in this. Obasanjo's hand is rippling in the blood of Biafrans. Gowan's hand is dripping in blood of, and I don't know I'm plan. Sorry if I move into Igbo. I don't know the plan Chukwuka has for them. But my prayer is that they will live 1-2 more years and see what this generation will do to the zoo. 1-2 more years, they should live and see what we will do to them. And to those who call themselves our elders, that are the worst set of elders that one can ever wish for himself. These people, I don't know. I ask this question: what is the way forward? And IPOB do not do anything without having a plan of the way forward. First of all, this is December. Our people will be moving in their numbers down to our villages and towns and cities in Biafra land. The international community, listen again. Friends and supporters of Biafra, please pay attention. The military, the police, the custom, the EFCC, what do you call them? Those who are at the borders, immigration and the rest of them, they all have roadblocks in Biafra land. You'll be asking yourself, well, is that a joke? It's not a joke. This is the truth. Go maybe a kilometer apart. If you don't see the army, you see the police. If you don't see the police, you see the road safety. If you don't see the road safety, you see EFCC. If you don't see the road EFCC, you see the immigration and the national defense. What did they call it? The civil defense and the rest of it. You see all 1 kilometer apart. What are they doing there? Extortion of the highest order. Inter-Society wrote a report sometime last year. These people are extorting on a regular basis, on a daily basis, billions of dollars. I'm not talking about naira. Naira is a worthless toilet paper. Toilet paper that we buy here is even more has more worth than naira. These people extort billions of dollars from our people, those who are genuinely going about their normal business. The transporters, oh my goodness. In one road, if you are traveling from Onitsha to Owerri, and you will see that you will be paying your toll gate to these separate roadblocks that the zoo have set up there. Are you telling me that the army chief of staff does not know that his boys are on the road, harassing our people, extorting our people? Are you telling me that the Inspector General of Police does not know that his people are on the road in Biafra land, extorting and harassing and killing our people? Are you telling me that the other security agencies did not know? If they do not know that these people are there, then they are illegal. If they are illegal, we will deal with them as illegal roadblocks. But if they are not illegal, the Inspector General of Police and the Chief of Army Staff must withdraw these men on our roadblocks so that our people who are coming home must come home and enjoy their Christmas without any form of intimidation, harassment, in any manner. People whose houses are being destroyed in Lagos. The Inspector General of Police is a Yoruba man. The Army Chief is probably a Yoruba man. You people are destroying their houses in Lagos, their means of living in Lagos. They want to come home to see if they can for a moment, have some peace. And you will extort them from Lagos until they enter their father's compound. The Inspector General of Police, the Army Chief of Staff, the Customs, the EFCC, whatever you call yourself, please, tonight, the 3rd of December 2023. If you're not listening to this very program, people should send it to you. They must send it to you because you will not say that you did not hear our complaint. We have complained to the international community. We have cried. We have buried our dead. We have, treated our wounded. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. And I'm telling you, they must remove these roadblocks from our streets, from our villages, from our towns, from our roads. If they do not, we IPOB will not be held responsible when our ancestors rise up and take steps. I am warning them now. In fact, I'm giving them expo. They must remove them so that our people must come home and do some soul searching and ask themselves a very hard question. Furthermore, since you have proved yourself unworthy of the people, you have proved yourself a nuisance, as I would say, honestly, I'm so disappointed. World Igbo Congress. In fact, World Igbo Congress, these ones are, in fact, I don't even need to be calling them. They are just they are just only in USA making only noise. Now, the Ohaneze Ndi Igbo that goes around claiming to be something when you are nothing. You have made yourself redundant. You have made yourself completely redundant and ineffective and incapable of protecting the Igbo nation, the Igbo people, their well-being, their properties, and their means of living. You have proved incapable of doing that. Therefore, the Biafran people will look another way. Do you know how to deal with the zoo? We know how to deal with the zoo. That one they bound the Igbo National Assembly, it will be resuscitated, but with a different name. Ndi Igbo National Assembly will be set up to replace the moribund, redundant Ohaneze Ndi Igbo. And those who will be the foundation of this National Assembly will be those whose interest of Ndi Igbo is topmost in their agenda. Again, I'm asking Biafrans, wherever you may be, in the zoo or in the diaspora, all of us must go back home. Go back home for this very Christmas time. I'm not saying just go back and stay, because that time is coming. Go back home for this very Christmas period. Why you must go back is that we are about to do something that has never been done before. In fact, it is there, but nobody is willing to actually identify it. It is there. We haven't taken it as serious as we have to take it. So you all, every one of us must go home, and the communities, each community must gather and make sure that amongst them, the oldest amongst each community must be identified. And this oldest, of course, you have the first oldest, the second to the oldest, third to the oldest. You have to identify these old, the old people in each community. They have a job to do, but that will come. This will be the community level that we have been practicing, and it has been working for us. We are going back to the community level. And those who will not take this very serious, you will actually make your community to be behind when the time comes, because we are no longer, in fact, we are impatient to move ahead. So, and that is why I am asking, that is the reason I said that the army chief and the police chief and the other chiefs of all the security must remove their people from our road, so that our people can freely come home, enjoy their peace, and then if they want to travel back, they travel back. But meanwhile, when they come, each community must sit together and identify the oldest amongst them. The oldest amongst you who will be given responsibility at the appropriate time. The channel of communication will be there. The Igbo National Assembly will be set up. It will and must be set up. Ohaneze has disappointed more than disappointment can be made. And we cannot continue to do the same thing, even though it is bringing us failure and failure and failure. It is time to take our destiny into our own hands, and this IPOB that Nnamdi has set up, we are ready to do that. Again, many of you may remember that after the war, I'll still call it UNN, because they haven't changed their name yet, but they will change. The name change will come. The University of Nigeria in Nsukka was a center of excellence when it comes to learning. Those who went there, if you go to UNN then, apart from the same velocity of comparison, UNN was a center of excellence. We had men. I can't remember Professor DK. Yes, Professor DK. The one of the first VCs of UNN. These were men who, when they were there, I think Ebo and the rest of them, they also did well. But I don't know how UNN is. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how they are at the moment, but they have a responsibility also as well in our march, in the way forward to the realization of our dream. The UNN has a part to play. Remember, after the war, what the zoo did was to, they said that we had a research and development unit at UNN which was used to manufacture whatever the Biafrans used to, prosecute the war. Are you people listening? They simply did not harness that intellect, that those people who were able to do the unthinkable with the little they had. No, Nigerian government did not say, okay, the war is over, come, help Nigeria to, replicate that thing you replicated in Biafra. It was not the agenda. The agenda was Igbo must be brought down. That is what they think about each time they go to bed is how will we bring Igbo down, not how are we going to make Nigeria to grow. That is the politicians in the zoo. That is the system in the zoo. That is the structure in the zoo. That is what the British have learnt them to do. Have taught them to do. The University of Nigeria and Nsukka then, yes, if they had a research and development unit that helps Biafra to produce what Western nations were producing, what stops you from saying, okay, come, let's build together. Use your whatever you know how to build and develop, to make this country a good one for everybody. No. They closed down the chemical engineering faculty. They closed down the research and development institute. If you want to go, the chemical engineering, I don't think they are offering anything at UNN at the moment. They are not. Why? A university of that repute, of that caliber, they are afraid. They are afraid that the university will produce another Obunigwe for the Biafran people. Don't worry about that. The zoo must not worry about this. Therefore, the part that UN must play is that the Research and Development Institute must be resuscitated. I know they have a Research and Development Institute that deals on herbs and medicine. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a research and development, how you research on herbs. Oh, that is important. I'm not belittling it. It's important. But development of Biafra, a nation can never develop if you do not produce anything. It cannot. Onyendu calls it a rentier economy. That is what they are running. You cannot pull us down forever. It cannot happen, and it will not happen. And why I'm saying is that those in charge of UN must take note. If they do not listen, if they are not listening tonight, somebody must make this audio, this broadcast available to them. They have a responsibility in the Biafran people taking their destiny into their hands. They have a responsibility in us moving forward. Therefore, these two units, the Faculty of Chemical Engineering must be opened. If it never was there, it must be opened. And the Research and Development Institute must be reinstituted. We refuse to be held down anymore by the zoo. If they're interested in running their Nigeria the way they want it, I can't begrudge them. Why should I begrudge them? But I am being very frank to you tonight, the 3rd of December, that the Biafran people have had enough. The international community must listen tonight. We have had enough, and we say enough is enough. And the first assignment that we are going to carry out, and UNN must be part of this assignment. That is why I said the Research and Development issue must be put in place. If UNN, let me make this very clear. If they, Imana, we say that the firstborn son, if you say your birthright, there are younger ones waiting and ready to take that birthright. One of the main reasons why our land and our people are running to Lagos, taking their businesses to Lagos, is because we do not have a functional seaport in Biafra land. Those, again, the friends of Biafra must listen. We have One in Iguacha. We have Warri Seaport. We have one seaport in there is seaport there is One Seaport. There is Warri Seaport. There is another seaport in Calabar. There is another seaport in Akwa Ibom. Do you know, friends in the international community and those listening to us, do you know that these 4 seaports in the southeast in Biafran territory, none of them is open to the public for use? It was, I think 1 or 2 of them are in the private hands. Private hands, my goodness me. Private hands. And they will now force our people, those who are doing their business in Aba, doing their business in Onitsha, in Newe, and all the places, you will import your raw materials, those manufacturing, or your goods, and you will, ship it into Apapa in Lagos. The same Lagos, they are destroying our property. The same Lagos, they are destroying our market. The same Lagos, our people will now, import their goods in Lagos, and from Lagos, a journey to the east that will take you, all things being equal, between, I don't know how many kilometers, but let's say 4 to 5 hours, or at the most 6 hours journey. From Lagos to the marketplace where that person who imported that goods has his stall, or his shop, or his, store. There will be checkpoints, custom, as I mentioned, in our land again, custom, army, police, drug enforcement, name it, all of them. Your container must be paid. Apart, this payment that this container will be, or this importers will be paying, is different from the real government toll gate, because there are some toll gate as well in those areas. But you will pay the toll gate. But these security agencies, you have to drop with your container. If you don't drop, you cannot pass. They may even seize your container and take it to the custom office, and then before you know it, they have auctioned it. Auctioned it to who? To a Hausa man, to a Yoruba man. My dear friends of Biafra, my dear supporters of Biafra, my dear international community, which nation, which people can continue to live in this manner for the rest of their life? Being honest, being very honest. I ask you, which people, which nation can accommodate what the Igbos, what the Biafrans have accommodated in Nigeria, despite the horrendous treatment? We had hoped that Nigeria will be a place for everyone to live and develop at their pace. That time has come and gone. That time has come and gone. Now, as I was saying, these containers will be, by the time they reach main market Onitsha or area market or Newe market or whichever market, you have maybe spent 50% of the cost. Another extra cost, 50% extra cost of what you have already spent to clear these goods, and these you have to add before you can sell these goods, making these things exorbitant, extraordinary exorbitant to our people. Are we going to continue in that form? Is anybody actually advising Igbo to continue to sit down and watch and then allow this generation, this race to be destroyed economically, culturally, politically, and what have you? If you can allow your nation, your people, to go through what we are going through and then allow itself to be destroyed, we say we will not allow our people to go through what we have gone through again. And we will not allow the nation or the race that makes up the Biafran territory to be destroyed. We cannot, and we will not. Coming to the issue of the seaport, that is the first project we are going to embark upon. It reminds me of this Mbakwe, men that had the interest of Igbo in their heart. And these like the Okibo them. Okibo who was the finest of the poets. Okibo left his comfort and went into the bush during the war. How many of these idiots that call themselves Hanez and World Book Congress can leave the comfort of their place and do what people like Okibo did, and they cannot measure him half of his repute as a poet? Or is it M.I. Opera that they can compare to? No. They cannot. Now, Ndibo, you're listening to me very carefully. This is the project of the year. This is going to be our first community project. Because there's the first airport in Imo. The Imo airport that we talk about today was community project. My father contributed. Many people contributed. And therefore we built it. That is what we are known for. It pains me that people are envying our resourcefulness, our desire to develop our land. People are envious of that. Where does that happen? We are not asking, okay, people have already said, the government of the zoo have refused to allow competition. Is competition not intrinsic with democracy? Competition is part of democracy. You have maintained that there is going to be only one port in the zoo. Now they are building a second port in Lekki. Second seaport in Lekki. Why the East have none? And if you tell me it is Lagos state government that is building it, fine. I'm fine with that. The Biafran people will build our own seaport. Let me see. And I'm saying it that the zoo will hear me. And that the international community will also listen. We are not going to ask for permission. Not in this world, not tomorrow, not ever. For this very project to be built, we will not ask any permission, and we will construct it. The state it will be built upon, we know the areas where we have tributaries that are putted or are putted into the ocean. We know. We will do our homework and how will I put it now? Anyway, we will do our homework. And the state that we have chosen that will serve the interests of the people of Biafra the most will be chosen. So that, let's even encourage this competition that is part of democracy. It is part of, let's say, encourage. People must not, because tomorrow now they will say, IPOB, you have come again. You cannot, after seeing what we have gone through and what the plan is for us, a very reasonable man on the street cannot expect. In fact, anybody who expects us to sit down and fold our hands and watch will say, these people are really a lost. They are really a lost race. They are really a stupid race. And we want to tell them We are not a lost race, and we are not a stupid race. The construction of a seaport, I am repeating it so that it can sink, and it will sink. The construction of a seaport is going to be a project that the Biafran people will embark upon, and we are embarking upon it from next year. When I mean from next year, the planning, I live in Switzerland. These people, when they plan something, it may take them 5 years to plan it. It may take them 3 years to plan it. It may take them 2 years to plan, depending on what the project is. And after the planning, the implementation of that project will take maybe a quarter or at the most half of the time they use in planning it. Therefore, we will do our homework, do the proper planning. UNN, when we come to you to give us a prototype of a modern seaport, don't tell us you have done nothing. Please, I repeat, these brokers must be made available to the authorities at the University of Nigeria and Suka. I hate to still call this name, but there is time for everything. These brokers must be made available to them so that when we come to them, they will not tell us they had no idea. When we come to them, the research and development institute that you're setting up, it already has a starting job to do. It already has a starting job to do. So this is why I am maintaining, and that is why I said that our people must return. They must return because we must own ownership of what we are about to do in our land. Everybody must be part of it. Every family must be part of it. And every community must be part of it. We will come to the issue of international airports. They know, even if Enugu has been designated as international airport, no plane lands in Enugu without first going to either Kanu or Lagos or Abuja. They would take our people, and by this they make the trip to be so exorbitant, so expensive, the flight ticket to be so expensive that you even begin to wonder, does it really worth it to fly down to your homeland from Zurich, from California, from wherever land you may reside in at this very moment? It is part of the agenda. They have tried to politically make you useless. They know that politics actually the ordinary Igbo man is not interested in that much in politics. They are interested in their way of, in their economic activities, in their businesses, in their commerce. That is what have made us with 20 pounds in 1970. That is what has made us to be I'm not saying this, out of pride, but out of the recognition that the fighting spirit of the Igbo man can never and will never be subjugated. Not while this generation is still alive. Not while IPOB is still there. That spirit of Okonkwo, when the elders refuse to do what is proper, then the youth must take their charge. I'll tell you one story. I visited one of the programs I visited in Corsica. I think it was last year or last 2 years. You know, Corsica is also a place that they are fighting for. They had a war with the French. They are fighting for their own independence. What I saw, the way the Corsicans were, you know, pursuing their freedom was very impressive. One thing is that you see their elders. I was so marveled. Their elders will put their youth in front and stand behind them. That is telling you something. It's telling you that the Igbo people say that a child that his father sends on an errand, he goes boldly to that errand because he knows that his father has sent me on that errand. That is what we thought the Johannes and the Igbo and the useless elders that we have in Biafra land and Igbo land will have been doing. They will have supported this man called Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, put him before and stand behind him, give him advice, and then support him if they are afraid to be in the front. The Corsicans, the people of Corsica, they were not actually afraid of to be in the front. Many of them were veterans of the Corsican struggle as well. But because age has come, you know, has come up, caught up with them, they said, okay, we have ours. One man, his son, his children were not one. I think about the whole family. The whole family is involved in the pursuit of their freedom. He was a veteran, and you know, it's like when you say the second generation, the third generation are part of the struggle for their freedom. Is anything better than freedom? I ask. Give it to me and take everything else, because there's nothing better than freedom. We who live in the West, we experience it, irrespective of whatever, you know, how do I say it now? Whatever, you know, drawbacks you may have, you are seeing, you are in fact enjoying very, very some very good extent, to some very good extent, you are enjoying freedom. We are enjoying freedom in the Western world. And our people in Biafra land have been, that's why many people want to run away. Because it is so suffocating where they have found themselves. And we want to tell them that everyone must tighten their belt and sit up. There is going to be a new dimension in the years coming, starting with next year. We are giving the zoo until the 15th of December to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are not begging them anymore. We are giving the zoo the 15th of December to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If they fail to release him, that is their business. And I'll leave it at that. I call upon all of you Biafrans, wherever you may be tonight. Those of you who for now or for some time been standing on the sideline, it is the time to join this very movement so that we can together save our land and save our people. There is a reason again why I said that the oldest man in each community must be identified. And this brings me to the second assignment, or the second reason why they have to be, identified. First of all, for 15th of December. Let me check my agenda. Just give me 1 minute, please. 15th of December is Friday. Now, you have Monday, 1, 2, 3, 4. Monday, which is the 11th, is every Biafran in Biafra land from 11th, which is a Monday. And in fact, every Biafran, not only IPOB family members, because the more we are, the better. Every Biafran on the 11th of December 2023, you go to the market, you buy five Ojibo, 5. Sorry, if it's going to spoil, you can buy it each day, but you must start on the 11th. The Ojibo that you're going to buy must have 4 loaves. 4 loaves means that it must have 4 parts. Now, the elder, apart from the fact that the generality of Igbos Biafrans must partake in this, the elder of each community, not in Lagos, not in California, not in New York, not in Switzerland, the elder must be on the ground and the ground zero in Biafra land. If the highest, if that elder is away, then the second in age, that is the next person who is oldest, or the third. But the person that will use this orgy, what we call egorgy, person that will use it must be in Biafra land. And on the 11th, the first orgy you have, use it to call upon our ancestors, call upon them, and ask them that the time has come. The time of their promise, we are about to begin. After you have prayed to them and any other thing that you want to pray, you break that cola. It must have 4 lobes. Please, listen again. 4 lobes represent, first, it represents the 4 market days of Eke, Ori, Afo, and Onko, and as well the 4 elements of nature. When you pray before the first orgy on the 11th, don't eat the orgy, throw it to the spirit, throw it away to the ancestors. On the 12th, you repeat it. On the 13th, you repeat it. On the 14th, which is the 4th day, and the 4th, you see, you have 4 days representing the 4 market days. Your orgy must be 4 in lobes or in parts, and representing the 4 elements. You do that on to the 4th day. The 5th orgy, which is on the 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th orgy, no, I think we will start on the 10th. I beg your pardon. We will start on the 10th so that 10th is a Sunday, Monday 2, and the Wednesday is the 13th. Now, the 5th orgy, you will use it on the 14th. Before the 15th court date, you will use this one specifically. It may have 4 lobes or 5 lobes. It doesn't matter. But on the 14th, the same process shall be done, but specifically the prayer will be to commit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu into the hands of our ancestors and to ask them to take control and take charge of the 14th. That is why I've said we are giving the zoo until the 15th. If they do not release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then 15th is the day that our patience will run its course. if they do not release Mazi Kanu, we have not said this before. We have not given it to Zoo. We have been peacefully following you, and we have not made this very, very clear statement as I'm making it tonight. IPOB, founded by Mazi Kanu, is telling the Zoo that 15th of December will be the last day that our patients will run dry, and our ancestors will begin their work. Nobody, please, should come to us when it began. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Nobody should come to us when it starts, when it begins, and say, please, give the elders a chance. They have had their chance. Give the Zoo a chance. They have had their chance. They have totally spit on our faces each time. Each time we have come out to make our voices to be heard. We are mowed down like animals on the street. The blood that is flowing in Biafra land, in fact, the ancestors are so angry because they have spilled so much blood in our land that it would require cleansing at the appropriate time. If somebody tells you that I beg your pardon. If somebody tells you that, why are you calling your ancestors? Ask him. I want to ask all of you, those who know Dr. Kanu, those who know Dr. Emmanuel Barr, those who know Desambakwe, those who know ZCOB and Chief Jerome Udoji, Professor Ben Wabeze, the rest of them, Dr. Sini, Dennis Osadibi, and the rest of them. I can't even name all of them. Those who know these people. Then those who knew our fathers that fought, that laid down their life, that sacrificed their life for you and for me, that died for Biafra. If somebody tells you that these, our ancestors are evil, what would you answer him? What people, I forgot Dr. Chinedu Achebe, who refused the Nigerian Merit Award and or no, whatever. I forgot people like Professor Denibo, people who fought, Dr. Pius Okibo, people who left their comfort and sacrificed for me and you. And somebody, are these not our ancestors? I want to ask all of you. People who talk about why are you calling your ancestors? Are these people, these honorable men, these very, very men of caliber, are they not our ancestors? How do you believe that they fought for in their own life? They fought for you. They fought for me. They fought for us. They fought for their land. That in the land of the spirit, that they will now suddenly stop to fight for us? Does it make sense? It does not make sense. Therefore, we will call upon them that the battle line is about to be drawn. And we are expecting that they should be at the forefront. Why? We, their children, will follow them. I want to make a very stern warning, very, very stern warning to those who engage in criminality in Biafra land, those who impersonate ESN. IPOB will not condone or ignore these acts of disgrace anymore. We will not. I am therefore calling on communities. I'm calling on parents and those whose words are their words. I'm not talking. Whose children or those in their care are part of the criminality that is going on in Biafra land, kidnappings and all form of evil that is going on. Tell them now to return home and take away the hand from the soup before it becomes the hand of a monkey. before it becomes the hand of a monkey. Once again, when it begins, when it starts, nobody should tell us, you should stop. It's not also, we are releasing the powers that be. When it starts, we cannot call them back. Everybody has opportunity now. When the power has been released, when it starts, we will not restrain their hands until Biafra is declared sovereign nation. If you're a criminal, go back to the farm. Go back, make yourself useful. Farming is lucrative. My goodness, honestly, I saw the tomatoes and I was like, are you kidding me? Until the woman was speaking Igbo. I said, she said, I know what part of Igbo land they were cultivating. I'm not going to, of course, it's online, but I'm not going to say it here. Those who are out of envy and jealousy again, they will find a way to go and even harass the woman and the rest of it. But I want to tell those who are engaging in criminality, it does not pay. You will end up only, dying for nothing. Go and make yourself useful. Go back to the land. The land will sustain you, and it will even give you more that will sustain you, and more that you can sell and make money out of that. The evil that is going on in our land is exceedingly great. And it is because of this that I'm making a stern warning to the one that called himself Emeka, where is it called? Where is it from? Is it a rift or whatever? But Emeka, you call yourself Chief Emeka. I want to tell you, if anything happens to Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, the IPOB lawyer, oh my goodness me. If anything, you have gone to his house. We know, we are monitoring you. I'm saying it so that you know that we are following you. And we know who is coming to you. Those who are coming to you. For you and him to be planning. I'm not calling his name. He knows also. I won't call his name, but he knows. Those who are coming to you, you are planning all you want to, if I had your first time to arrest innocent youths, and handed them over to the police. You see those people, they will make small change, and nobody will hear anything in their community anymore. Nobody. But let's hear that the barrister that is representing IPOB. Why I'm saying this is that because Barrister Ejiofor is our lawyer. Not only that he is Nnamdi Kanu's legal representative, Barrister Ejiofor has been the one making sure that innocent Biafrans, whether you are IPOB or you're not IPOB, he has been sacrificing to make sure that many of them that has been arrested and incarcerated are given the opportunity in court. If they are innocent, the judge will set them free, or the magistrate. If they are guilty, the judge will send them to prison. But I want to know, how many of them? How many of our people? What have they done? What have they done? Because it has been one success from one success to another. Because these youth, women, men, civilians, none of them has anything to do with ESN or RPOB. You go and arrest them and hand them over to the police, and you say you are an Igbo man. Let anything happen to Barrister Ejiofor, and then you will see the madness that is in IPOB. You will see the madness that is in IPOB. Again, those innocent youths that you instigated the arrest, let anything happen to them in the custody. Let something happen to them, and you need to go and get them released, and that is forthwith. We are monitoring you. We are following you. You think anybody will come to your rescue? We know when you leave and when you come in. We know. But I'll leave it at that. Go and release those civilians, those youths you were arrested in Barrister Jofor's house. You people are not satisfied with clean his murdering in the most gruesome manner. His assistant, burning, destroying his house and his car. You are not satisfied. You are now arresting youths that come to his house because he said they are IPOB. If they are IPOB, and what is IPOB? Is IPOB not a legal organization or movement? Is anything wrong with IPOB? It is the indigenous people of Biafra. Therefore, you must desist. And not only you. We know, many of you in Biafra land, the wickedness that we have been hearing and we are seeing is mind, but it is beyond comprehension. You have a problem with your fellow Biafran, with your fellow Igbo man, even though you know you don't have a case. You go to the authority, you go to the police, and you tell them, this man is IPOB. This man is ESN. Sorry, I need to take water. This man is ESN. And because they will arrest the innocent man, whether woman or man, they will arrest them. And most of the time, when we don't know, when we do not hear, that is the end. Either they are tortured to death, their organs harvested, or they stay in prison unaccounted. If their parents go to ask for them, these men will tell them they don't know where they are. One of the most harrowing stories, when the police arrested a man. This man, a young man, the father was looking for him everywhere. The police, in fact, they killed him. Of course, they killed the young man in their custody. When they killed the young man, they told the father to bring money for his bail and money for his treatment. The man is already dead. But they want to still extort money from the man. And when the man brought this money, they handed him over the corpse of his son. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. And you said we should keep quiet and let our youth be destroyed in this way and make them lose hope in their own land. Our ancestors forbid, and we will not keep quiet, and we will not let that be. There. So people who are using ESN name to commit criminality, those who are using ESN and the IPOB to sell their people, to go to police, we are monitoring all of you. We are monitoring all of you. When we will start, don't say, people must not say, IPOB, why are you doing this? We are warning now. Before, but we are giving notice of the rain before it begins to fall. Because when it starts to fall, we have no control over nature, and we cannot stop the rain. People, hotel owners in Aba and others in Biafra land, our people can be mean. They are very resourceful when it comes to genuine resourcefulness, and when it comes to very negative resourcefulness. Things you hear, you'll be wondering, but how can people be so atrociously wicked? Hotel owners in Aba, we are bringing to your attention what has been going on. The governor of Abia State has started to make Aba and Abia a little bit, accessible. And people are beginning to go to Aba the made in Aba products to buy them. They will lodge in hotels. Some of these hotel owners who are making money from people who are lodging in their hotel, they are not satisfied. They will still go and connive with security forces when people have done their business and are now, relaxing in the evening in the hotel bars or whatever. You will see the security forces come with buses in the night. People who are drinking, who are just spending their time and their money, you will pack everybody from the same hotel, and they will pack them. The hotel will still remain open. All of you who are doing that, Allah Biafra will deal with you. Allah Biafra, the land of Biafra, of course, you are part of those who shall be cleansed for us to get what we are looking for, what we are pursuing. If you do not take away, if you do not retrace your steps, you hotel owner who have made it a point of duty, or who have made it, another source of making money to sell your own, to sell your brother, the land of Biafra shall meet you at the appropriate time. Don't sabotage the Biafran struggle. Don't sabotage this very Biafran struggle. If you do, you have yourself to be. You simply have yourself to blame. Have yourself to blame. Now, finally, and I am addressing Dr. Oti of Abia State specifically, and other governors in Biafra land. And why I'm addressing Dr. Oti is that he is in charge of Abia State. It is in Abia State, law wanted to be specific, that not less than 70, not 1, not 7, not 2, not 3, not 10, 70 Biafran citizens, civilians, their corpses, their decayed bodies were found in Law Panther. Ordinarily, that becomes automatically a crime scene. A crime scene, sealed until, first of all, the identities of those who their corpses, their remains were found must be identified. Their parents, their loved ones may be waiting, thinking that they are alive. They don't know. And we are here comparing like what the idiot in Nnamdi did at the time he was governor. What is his name again? What is his name? The one that left before Turudo came in. I can't remember their names but the former governor of Anambra State, he was comparing the life of a Biafra. Was it Abia State? Yeah, it was the Anambra governor. He was comparing the life of a Biafran to 500,000 and the life of a cow. He said, no, if they kill our people, they will pay 500,000. If they kill a cow, now, Law Panther, doctor, please, IPOB is happy with what you are doing in Abia State. We do not have intention to have any issue with you. But Law Panther is a crime scene. A crime scene, it must be sealed off. Sealed off. Sealed off. You people must stop making the life of our people to be worthless in the eyes of our science. That is why they don't take any. They don't care about our lives. Is it you again? I mean, you know what is proper. Law Panther must be sealed up, and you are not making apologies and begging. You can't beg them. It's a crime has been committed there. Everybody who were. I need a water, please. those who were in charge of law Banta must be called into questioning. The investigation must be thorough and thorough. And those that died must be identified. Their remains must be given back to their families for proper burial. That is our way. That is our culture. And after that place, after this crime has been solved, after it has been solved, then Biafran people will decide, of course, when I mean Biafran people, people in Abia State, they can decide what they want to do with law Banta. But we have said it before, law Banta must be transformed into the biggest, most modern marketplace in the whole of Africa. Not touchers. Not when we talk about marketplace. It's not you build a house. I'm not talking about touch houses or all these lock-up stores you build. No, because we are about to show the world that fear they have, that they don't want to see another Japan in Africa. They shouldn't be worried, because we will actually be better than Japan. So, Biko Edmo, I'm saying this now in our language. Biko Dr. Governor Alex to the Abia State, please seal off the law Anta, because it's a crime scene. It is a crime scene. Don't speak on the spirit or on those that have been kidnapped. These were victims of kidnaps, murder. Even many of them may have paid ransom. Their family may have paid ransom, and they were still killed. How can our people be so heartless? In fact, they want to forget that matter already. And the useless cattle sellers are complaining that they go, what are you complaining? You should be arrested. Because you people, it is in your vicinity. You people were in charge of that place. Omandere or Jews or Kaloma, Omandere Amma in this world and in the next world. Omandere, he was the one that brought this hardship on our people. And something that is similar to this law Banta is that Dr. Oti again and other states in Biafra land, stop patronizing Northerners, in the sense that we heard that you want to construct a, what do they call it again? A trailer park. Trailer park, man, for what? How many Igbo people have trailers? Is it Dangote trailer you want to construct where they are all Fulanis into another community so that they will become a second law Banta? Can't you people reason for once? Must we always come and tell you all these things? Can't you? Please, jettison this idea of trailer park. Look, Dangote is the richest African, is he not? If he wants a park, he should come and buy land and create a park. And when you want to buy a land to create a park, we, of course, it is happening in civilized world. Every company, trailer or a company that runs transportation company, you have your own where you pack your lorries, your trailers. You have it. It's not the duty of the government to provide that for you. Our people who are doing what do you call it again? Transportation with buses and the rest of it. The parks they have, is it not their private parks? Why must we always be patronizing in our attitude? So that people will say we are good, and your people are in Lagos, they are destroying their property. I will leave this program as it is for now. I want to reiterate that our people must be prepared to support ESN. This is our last line of defense. ESN is not, it is only a defensive in the sense of a protective outfit to protect our land. It is not a an offensive outfit that is, ready to fight anybody in battle or whatever. No, we know what is in our land. We are calling upon them now. Arise. IPOB has, whenever I come, I tell you that we have been called to rebuild the broken places and the broken wall. Many of you do not understand. We know the duty that is assigned to us. We have come to rebuild that which was destroyed. And if you stand on the way of this process, sorry, shall be your name. May Chukwu Kitabema be with all of you. And may you, in your respective units, family units, IPOB family units, zones, and countries, may you continue to grow in wisdom, in common sense, not in emotion. And please, the youth must go back to the land. We must feed ourselves. We must take famine as if our life depends on it. And of course our life depends on it. Do not forget, Igorji, it will start on the 10th of December. You have to get 5 kola nuts. Oji is kola nut in Oyibo, in English language. You have to get, if you can buy it, if you buy 5, it doesn't spoil, fine. But if you think it will spoil. Each day from the 10th, go and buy 1 Oji with 4 lobes. Look at it. It will show you it has 4 lobes. Use it for the first Oji on the first day of 10th Sunday, 11th on Monday, 12th on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, which is the 3rd. The 4 kola nuts with 4 lobes each will have been, you will have, don't eat this Oji. It's not yours, so it belongs to our ancestors. Call upon them and give it to them. On the 14th, 1 will be dedicated for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, his freedom, and for the freedom of Biafra. May Chukwu Abiyama be our strength. May Chukwu Abiyama be may our ancestors continue to guide us. And may victory be ours in the nearest future. In Chukwu Abiyama's name, I have prayed. And from here, I want to say good night and stay well.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from our province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 3rd day of December 2023. Tata Bobo Chiorie. Therefore, without taking any time, the long-awaited time has come. I will hand over the platform to the head of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi Chika Odeziem, in order to address Biafrans and lovers of freedom that are listening from all over the world. Mazi, you are welcome. The platform is yours. Mazi, can you hear me, please? Mazi Chinedu, can you hear me, please? Yes. Please, the platform is yours. Please go on. The whole world is listening.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, great Biafrans. Good afternoon, good morning, and good night to all of you, depending on your time zone this very evening. And good evening as well to the friends and the supporters of the indigenous people of Biafra worldwide. My name is Mazi Chinedu, and I come from Ihe-Oma. Ihe-Oma is in all the province of Biafra land. By the grace of Chukwu Kabiyama from Ihe-Nine, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as the head of Directorate of State. I know that it's been a while that I address the Biafran people. It is a strategic plan by the leadership, and it is the reason is bringing, as we had hoped, the positive results that we envisaged. But tonight, it is very imperative and very important that I address the Biafran people and, of course, address the world community. But before I go on, let me, from the deepest part of my heart, commend this great, wonderful family, the IPOB Worldwide family. I want to commend you exceedingly because you have shown that the freedom of the people of Biafra is a project that we cannot retreat or surrender from. You have exhibited, irrespective of the challenges that we have faced, you have exhibited a very, very serious commitment, dedication to this very cause. And our cause, as we all know, is a just cause. The demand of the Biafran people for a referendum so that they can decide and determine their fate as a people, as Biafrans. I want to not only commend you tonight, 2 years and almost 6 months, that the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra was kidnapped in Kenya, tortured almost to death, and then extraordinarily rendition to the zoo called Nigeria. 2 years and 6 months. The enemy had thought that without the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra being around, that it will be a walkover for them to destroy this very movement. But I am delighted to tell the wonderful Biafran family, the wonderful IPOB family worldwide, that because of you, wherever you may be tonight, whether in the ground zero homeland of Biafra or in the diaspora, it is because of you that we have not been and cannot be destroyed by the enemy, the Nigerian establishment, and those who align with them, whether within us or in the international community. Today, this month as well, this month makes it the 3rd year that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu set up the Eastern Security Network, a network of dedicated hardcore Biafran people who have given their life for the protection of our homeland. As we celebrate this 3rd anniversary, I want to call on all of you to continue on the path of supporting ESN. The result of their presence in our land cannot be quantified. I lack words to actually describe the effect of their presence in our land. I was today watching one program. Well, not a program, but a video of a woman. When you see the type, the freshness of the tomatoes that she and her husband probably were able to harvest in Biafra land, in Enugu, that very video simply makes a lie the narrative that Biafra land cannot produce and Biafran people cannot produce what they can eat. If you can remember, Biafrans, in one of my last address to the Biafran people, I stressed on the need for us to go back to the land. Go back to the land, that is, go back to farming. Because our land is a blessed land. Our land, there is nothing you put in the land of Biafra as a farming seed or root without it coming up, germinating, and then producing great produce. That this woman and people like her, many people, many other people like her, have been able to go to the farm, that they have had the peace to be able to cultivate their farms without we seeing on the social media people who were killed, disemboweled, cut into pieces, and telling us, what can you do? This was what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu saw. And we knew where we were going actually. That was why the setting up of ESN was very imperative. ESN, for those who do not know, was set up to safeguard the land, the farmland, the forests of Biafrans or Biafra land against marauding terrorist herdsmen. That is why ESN was set up. And they have done an exceedingly good work at that job that they were given to do in Biafra land. And I say again with all pride, that is the reason why people could now go to their farms, cultivate their farmlands, and at the time of harvest, they will go and harvest the fruit of their labor. Taking this into account, I am calling on all of you tonight, Biafrans, the sympathizers to the Biafran cause, the supporters and friends of Biafra, that for our own existence, that so that the Biafran people, we do not depend on what is imported from another part of the zoo down to our land. Because one of the main reasons I beg that people should be kind of patient tonight, because this broadcast is not the usual kind of broadcast. One of the reasons why marauding terrorist herdsmen were sent into our land was that by the time they have finished what they were sent to do, nobody will go to farm in our land, and then we will be dependent upon the food stuff that will be sent down from maybe from the north or from the west or from any other place. And if you live, and I can remember as well saying that the ensuring that Biafra land is sustains itself food-wise is a national security issue for us. And I gave an example at that time, that most of these European countries, you see, they support their farmers. They subsidize them. And because they know that a nation can never depend on an outsider, or any outsider, for that matter, for what they eat and what they consume. The enemy wanted us to depend on them for what we eat, so that at the snap of a finger, they can do to us what they did to our fathers in 1966 to 1970. They will starve us to death. But this generation, thanks to Chukwuabiama, and of course the ancestors of Biafrans, we already know what their plans were. And of course we decided that we will not make that mistake that was made in the 60s. Why am I telling you all this? Why I'm telling you all this is that for all of you, even those who do not understand, who may even have any disagreement with the Biafran cause, if you are a Biafran, if you are an Igbo person, if you are an Ibibio man, Efik man, Ido man, just name it, you will understand that the setting up of ESN, if they had not been set up when they were set up in 2020, by now, your land will have been overrun. These men, they sleep in the forest, no comfort, no bed, and no comfort of whatever measure. They sleep in the forest to ensure that women and men and our mothers and elderly, they go to their farms and cultivate their farmlands and then harvest it at the appropriate time. They must be supported. The ESN must be supported, because the work that is before us is enormous. And we have sworn an oath that for us it is Biafra or nothing. On this 3rd anniversary of the Eastern Security Network, there should be and there shall not be anyone saying, I'm tired of supporting. He cannot be tired of supporting because we have not gotten to the destination that we have set out to get to, which is an independent, free, and sovereign Biafra nation. To our international friends, when the zoo tell you that we have militia or whatever they will call their name, terrorizing, attacking their security forces and the rest of it, it's a lie. ESN was not sent or was not set up to engage the Nigerian military or their security apparatus. No, ESN was set up primarily to ensure that the jihadists, that the Fulani herdsmen, the terrorists masquerading as herdsmen who were sent in their numbers into our territory to stop our people from going to their farms. That was why ESN was set up. And I can tell you tonight that these men and women who have abandoned their families and whatever comfort that exists in the zoo, sacrificing and dedicating their life for the benefit of their people. Sacrifice. That is one of the fundamental principles of IPOB, because even apart from the ESN, the IPOB family is a voluntary family. Every support that we have received from IPOB families, these are voluntary support. Those of you who are on the sideline, the time to support these young men and women to protect your land is now. There shall no longer be any prevarication or let me see what will happen. Now is the time to support them. From ESN, I move on to the continued detention of that man who set up the Instant Security Network, the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, 2 years and 6 months. And also, I want our international friends to pay attention tonight. 2 years and 6 months. I'm just talking about now the time he was kidnapped. Nigeria kidnapped him in collaboration with the British MI6 and committing an international crime, tortured him almost to death. As we know, the effect or the result of that torture they gave to him in Kenya was that he has continued to have very, very health issues with one of his ears. They almost wanted to make him not to hear anymore. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been continuously and constantly harassed, detained, maligned by the Nigerian system since 2015 to 2015. Now count it up to 2023. How many years is that? 8 years. One man has become, the zoo have nothing else to do other than to harass this man wherever they may find him. What is his crime? I'm asking the international community. What? And of course, our friends listening, what is the crime of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that self-determination of his people is a right. It is not a word that he coined by himself. It is not something that he formulated by himself. This is an internationally accepted, recognized, and enshrined, guaranteed right to indigenous people of Biafra. Is the indigenous people of Biafra, I'm asking this question now, maybe it's rhetorical, but I'm asking it. People must listen. Is the indigenous people of Biafra, or are they different from what the UN and AU charters dealing on the rights of the indigenous people of Biafra? Are the indigenous people of Biafra not envisaged to be entitled to those rights? Are we different? That for these long, notwithstanding the genocide that was committed on our people, 1966 to 1970, going back the program that were part of it, notwithstanding this horrendous, barbaric, inhuman act that our people suffered at the hand of Nigeria, the international community, they have remained unconcerned. I am laying a foundation for what is to come, so that tomorrow nobody will say they did not know. And please, Mazi Jonathan, this broadcast, after tonight, it must be circulated so that those who did not have the opportunity to listen, they will be availed of the same message. Because 2024 will be a different ball game. It will be a completely different ball game. Since the international community has left us to our own fate, since we have written, we have toured, we've visited many of these organizations, our case will always be pushed under the table. And cases that do not measure in horrific nature to what happened to us will be magnified. They have left us to our fate. So the background I'm laying tonight is that 2024 maybe will be different. Very, very different. So that nobody will say, IPOB, you have come again, or you have started again, or where is this all coming from? It is all coming from the time when our people were criminally merged with other nations and called a trading post for the British. And from trading posts, they now give you whatever they call a paper independence. And still, they are in charge of your land. You have no independence as in true word of the world, independence. There is nothing like independence in this zone. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been in detention for the past 2.5 years. Irrespective of the fact, the courts have set this man free. The appeal court of the zoo had said this man has no case to answer. He was discharged and acquitted. Acquitted. In law, that means he had no case to answer. But the Nigerian government, no, they are not happy with that. They continue to incarcerate this man. They continue to torture him physically and psychologically and mentally. They continued, and the world kept quiet. The British government, whose official citizenship Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has? Well, of course, it's not as if we're expecting much, but I want to make a little point here. The British government, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen. The British government was involved in his kidnap. They were involved in his extraordinary rendition. A country as powerful as Britain, it's not a joke, as powerful as Britain, except they're telling us they're no longer as powerful as they are. For 2.5 years, your citizen was kidnapped, tortured, still being tortured, still being in whatever inhuman manner, still being treated. And you'll be playing games with the life of this young man. I was asking myself, how can even the British government come to the rescue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when the establishment itself was willing to throw one of their sons under the bus because he had the temerity to marry a woman that is not Caucasian, that has African blood in her. That is why the young man they call Prince Harry is suffering, because he has a black woman as a spouse. Now these people can imagine what they are doing to their own son. I want our people not to be emotional about these things. We have to be very, very reasonable. You know, in law we say when you make a law or a judgment, the judges will ask, how will a reasonable man on the street think about this particular law or this particular situation? Emotions is okay, or emotions are okay, sure. But don't throw away your common sense. Don't throw away that very common sense that nobody can give it to you. That is why the law says, what can a reasonable man think of a particular situation when you present such a situation to him? What do you make of this situation? You a reasonable person on the street, that if the British government didn't find it, in fact, if they thought it necessary to throw their own prince under the bus for this very reason. Imagine Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is coming to challenge the status quo, who is saying that Biafra must be free so that the stealing of our resources by Britain must stop. This very part of my broadcast is addressed to the international community, to our friends and supporters in the international world. And when they hear tomorrow that we have closed all channels of communication with Nigeria, no more negotiation and every other thing that comes with it, they must not ask us, why are we doing this? We have for the past 50 years been requesting for an opportunity for the Biafran people as human beings that we are. We are not less human beings than any other person, whether Caucasian or Asian or white or black or green or red. The Biafran people, we have the same right as every other person. The British people, I was reading the other day, the new president of Argentina, when he was making part of his campaign, election campaign, he made the return of Falkland Island to the Argentines as part of his agenda. The British came up and said that the Falkland people have right to self-determination. Are you guys listening? Falkland, they have a right to self-determination, and that by that right of self-determination, they have done a referendum to remain outside of Argentina. What about the Biafran people? Do we not have that right of self-determination? And that was why I was asking the question, if whether what was envisaged by the United Nations Charter on the rights of the indigenous people, whether it did not envisage that the Biafran people will also have the same equal right. But let's assume that the United Nations Charter does not envisage that Biafran people will exercise such right. What about the African Union? African Union that also has the right, the charter dealing with the rights of indigenous people. African Union I'm talking about now, no longer the United Nations, African Union that covers the whole of Africa. Are they also telling us that we as Biafrans, even though we're African, we are not entitled to the right that is contained in that charter for the rights of the indigenous people? This has been our case for the past 12, 13 years. I'm talking about IPOB now. But for the past 50 years, this has been our case. We have peacefully, we have presented this matter in any manner that people can peaceably present a matter. But we have been told to go to hell. We have been told to go to hell. Biafrans, the question is, are you willing to go to hell? Now, put the incarceration of Mazi and Kanu on one side. And now look at what is going on in Lagos State. In Lagos State. I'm searching for the right word, but the ethnic profiling that has become the agenda of the federal government of the zoo, headed by Tinubu, and the state governor of Lagos State called Sanwo-Olu. The ethnic profiling. If you go and look at the destruction of the properties that are that they are carrying out in Lagos State, you will see. It's not. These places are not. What do they call it again? It's not like Morocco where you have slums. These are not slums. These are houses, mansions that many of them can never ever dream of ever building in their life. These mansions are not even 20 years mansions. These are very, very new mansions that young Igbos, young Biafrans have toiled day and night, made the money in their businesses, and built a home for themselves. These are the properties that the Lagos state government are destroying. The wife of Chinedu, I can't remember the year, but I think the video is still online, where she was jubilating. A woman, my goodness me, she was actually saying that they will take over the property of the Igbos. You want to take over a property that you did not build. You want to take over a property of somebody that is not related to you, is not connected to you, but you just want to take it over. What kind of wickedness is that? What kind of inhumanity is that? What kind of envy and jealousy is that? Again, the government of Lagos State will tell you these houses were built without the proper documentation. Okay, for argument's sake, let's even assume They were built without the proper documentation. What about the markets? The markets of these Igbo people, the markets that they are maybe 90% in 90% in Mehrheit, the Germans will say. I'm looking for the English word. They are 90% more than any other person. They have the majority. These markets, they have destroyed them and re-destroyed them and set many of them ablaze. Many have been set ablaze. And these young men, these Igbo people, will still, go back, clean up the burnt, the debris, clean up the debris and rebuild. After some years, they will go again and then set it ablaze again. I'm asking now, if you say that the houses are built, they are not built with proper documentation, what about the markets? Why do you want to destroy? And it is not only that there are no other markets that has majority of other nations in Lagos State. The Hausas, they have the Hausa market where they bring their produce from the north. Have you set it ablaze? And these places are patches. We go there, you see. They have never destroyed them, but they have continuously embarked upon this hatred. And when people talk, they'll say, how did they describe it? Hate speech. How can you describe hate speech when you are deliberately ethnic profiling a nation of people and destroying their properties, their way of life, their means of livelihood? What else can be more hateful than this very act? I'm telling the Yoruba people, you see, don't make us go back to 1970. This Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that Chinedu is holding now, he was the one. He was the one who called Biafrans and said, stop the antagonization with the Yoruba people. Even if they antagonize you, leave them. And we listened because we know he has the reason why he's giving us that instruction, that order. He even set up a forum where some of the Yoruba people, I was in one of those forums. I wasn't there. I was there. Where we could be interacting in order to make sure that there is constant communication between these two nations. Now, Chinedu has found himself, whichever way he did, it's none of my business. But he has found himself in the saddle of governance. What concerns him and his wife and Sanwo-Olu that he put in place is to destroy Igbo people's property. What I am saying this is that the Yoruba must, our people say that when one finger, dips itself in an oil, it will affect the rest of it. This hatred, I said, don't let us think back, because the agenda of people of the West, the Yoruba people, has always been to see how they can economically emasculate the Biafran people. But you can't do that. You people do not have what it takes to do that. Irrespective of your jealousy and whatever, you cannot stop the Biafran people from becoming what their destiny has said they will become. What you will only achieve doing is to create an enmity between the two nations that will last hundreds of years, if not 1,000 years. That is why I'm calling and asking the Yoruba people to call their people, their sons, to order. Sanwo-Olu must be called to order, and Chinedu must be called to order. They must cease from destroying the properties of Igbos in Lagos State. I want to tell you something. What is the problem that you see that Igbos are conglomerating in one area and making it an area that belongs to the Igbo? Did they steal the land? Those lands they bought, they paid the required fees before they could even, put one block on that land. Who collected those money? Apart from the money that the community that have the land will collect. The Lagos state government collected part of these monies for whatever they could, because they have so many agencies. Once you want to build a house, they will call and tell you, do you have permission? If you say you don't have permission, then you must get the permission. So why I'm saying this is that the Igbos that have land in Lagos State, they have the proper permission, they have the proper document. The government is aware that this land has been bought, is about to be constructed upon, is about to be developed. But no, they want to eat their cake and have. They will collect the money from the Igbo people. Let them construct their house. After constructing these mansions, these beautiful houses, you have no humanity in you. You carry one useless baka, or what they call bulldozer. One bulldozer. Something that somebody suffered for years. In a twinkling of an eye, you go down and you bring it down. And you call yourself a government. You will pat yourself on the back that you have done well. The Yoruba must listen tonight. The destruction of Igbo property must cease, must stop in Lagos State. What they are doing, when they finish in Lagos, the other cities and other states will take a cue from them, and then it will be the story repeating itself. I am so touched, but I don't want to be angry, because anger is a negative energy. It will becloud our sense of reason. But I am touched when I see these houses, how they are being destroyed. They do not only destroy the houses that these people have built, they go to where they make the money, where they suffer day and night. In the morning, those of us who spend some time in Lagos before we left those places, not that area. You see these young men. 5 a.m. they have woken up. 5 in the morning. 6 in the morning they have woken up. They are going to their shops. They will be there until the evening. Toilet. And when they have finished all this toil, and then they will come and try to build a house to have some rest of mind. You will be envious of that toil that they have put into building that house. And you go and use one baka, one bulldozer and destroy it. I ask myself again, where is the humanity of these people that call themselves, this man that calls himself Sanwo-Olu and Chinedu? Where is your humanity? Are you humans at all? When you see this thing, do you sleep well? I'm not sermonizing here tonight. I'm laying a foundation for the world to know and for them to understand that it is enough for us. Enough for us. But the fact that those who are supposed to speak for us are not speaking for us does not mean that we cannot stand and speak for ourselves. This brings me to the HAUSA-SERVICE and the World Igbo Congress. 2 very useless organizations that I have ever seen in my life. 2 very, very useless organizations. You call yourself HAUSA-SERVICE. What are you organizing? What indeed are you organizing? And you say you are what? What Igbo are you congressing? That your son has been in detention in, my goodness me, 2.5 years.
You have not what it takes to bring him out. How can you come and stand and say you are the leaders of Ohanes and Igbo and that you are what Igbo Congress protecting the interests of Igbo? How can you do that? The properties of your people are being destroyed in Lagos State. You are there. Those in World Igbo Congress, they are riffraffs, idiots. In fact, they are idiots. They are only there to welcome one useless governor and hoping that they will be given appointments in the zoo, in the government. That is all they know what to do. They do not have the mettle. Actually, they do not want to even see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out. I cry for the Igbo nation. I cry for the Igbo nation that no one can stand anymore. And as an Igbo is a bunch of men that do not know they do not know the history that brought Ohanes Igbo to be. I'll tell them tonight. They do not know. They do not know because the present one, Emmanuel Iwayang, is the person hobnobbing with the vampire in Imo State. Who appointed Iwayang as Ohanes Igbo president? Who placed those of them? The Supreme Court administrator in Imo State. The murderer. The person who was given the contract to come and kill his people. He is the one who appointed Emmanuel Iwayang to be Ohanes the president. And that is why they have no interest in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu coming out because the vampire, the bloodsucker, that is inside the council house have no interest. He have no interest in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu coming out. He have no interest in speaking for the